To the creep that lived in my aunt's house. This happened 5 years ago, when I, 20 female, was 15. My great aunt's health at the time was failing, and she could no longer care for herself, so my family decided that she was better off at a nursery home. Due to her being an extreme hoarder, I don't want to shit on my family in any way, but this is important for the story. Her house sat abandoned. My father and I were the only ones that checked up on the house from time to time. It started small when we noticed minor stuff being moved around, or drawers being looked through. Around that time, we didn't think much of it since another person close to my great aunt also had a key to the house, and we thought maybe he wanted to get some of his stuff since he used to live with her for some time. After a while, probably a month later, things got stranger. We used to roam the house more to rescue some things in it, and just to look through everything. Maybe after a week of doing so and feeling watched every time we were there, more stuff was moved around and placed, so we would notice it immediately, like stuffed animals that used to sit on a shelf, now neatly sitting above one another on the staircase, step by step. Dirty footprints and more drawers ripped open, and the stuff inside spilled everywhere. We got very suspicious of the situation, and investigated more. We had late-night drives passing the house just to check if we ever caught a flashlight, or any sign of someone being inside the house every night. At that time, I started telling my friends about the situation, and as the stupid kids we were back then, we thought it would be a good adventure for us to just stay there for a night, and playing security with the mission to finally catch this person that seemed almost like a ghost to us. This is a horror movie in the making. Other information that's important is that there was actually no way inside the house. No window open, all doors locked, and we and this other guy were the only ones with a key. Anyways, back to the day we stayed there. Me and 3 of my friends just settled into the kitchen, not noticing anything out of the ordinary, except for the normal stuff that had been going on. So we assumed that they weren't around yet. We ordered pizza and just talked for a while, just waiting for something to happen. After a while, we decided that we would go for a walk with my 2 dogs that I had with me. I made sure to definitely close and lock the door behind me. When we returned after 15 minutes, a single lamp in the last corner of the living room was turned on. Keep in mind the whole living room was filled with trash, so they had to climb over everything to just turn this lamp on. That's when we knew the person had to be in the house now. We decided to go into the kitchen and keep a low profile, just to see what would happen. After a while, one of my friends, let's call her Jane, chickened out and wanted to go home. So we let her, and just 5 minutes after Jane closed the front door behind her, we heard someone walking down the wooden stairs, obviously thinking we all left the house. We were so caught up listening to the creaking of the steps that we only realized what was actually happening when one of my dogs started barking, and the footsteps immediately stopped. There was only one wall separating us from whoever just came walking down the stairs. And when we finally realized that, we all got so scared and ran out of the house as fast as possible. There was a door separating the staircase from the hallway that we luckily locked as soon as we came back from the walk, so we probably locked them up there. When we finally all sat outside the house, we just decided that it's probably the best if we just called the police and let them handle the situation. As we waited, basically all holding our breaths and the aftershock of the situation, we suddenly heard someone, a male voice, talking quietly, probably on the phone. That's when we noticed that a window was slightly open on the 2nd story of the house. He must have opened it at one point, because like I said, no windows were ever open. We couldn't really make anything out that was being said, only something along the lines of, "been caught." After 30 long minutes of sitting there, the police finally arrived and went inside. They looked through everything but found nothing. He for sure had enough time to simply hide somewhere. There was a room completely filled with cardboard boxes that reached under the roof. That's when things got extreme. It was like he was playing mind games with us. He left notes everywhere in the house for us to find with weird drawn-on smiley faces. And flowers saying, "Catch me." Placing this alarm thing underneath the front door that would go off anytime someone entered, letting him know that someone was there. Trashing the bedroom so it was beyond recognition. Destroying furniture. Shitting into the toilet and placing a flower on top of the shit. And all of this without ever being caught once. Oh, hell no. If I was in this situation and someone shit and then put a flower on it and didn't flush, I would bring a tracking dog into that house to dig for this man. Our checkups became more frequently, turning from once a day to every hour, but nothing. We eventually decided to let things cool down a little and ignore the problem for a while. At one point, he would leave a basically unlivable house, drowning in cat pee and trash. Right? Nope. Wrong. Probably 4 months after we didn't put much interest into him or the house, one of my friends said that he saw some figure standing at the window, behind the curtain, just staring outside. And we were just like, great, here we go again. And suddenly the interest was back. One day we all decided to turn up at the house. There was 7 of us. And we were just ready to search that damn house from head to toe, just finding the place that guy was hiding at, and leaving and entering the house. Everything was still locked. When we first got back inside, there was leftover and rotten food in the kitchen, and a surprise for us in the living room, where he shit on a cardboard box, just like some fucking dog. We decided to separate. 4 of us went inside the living area, one of my friends stayed outside, and a friend, let's call him Carl, and I went into the stable area of the house. Because that part had a hole in the wall that connected the place the hay was kept to the attic. But we were never able to figure out where exactly that hole in the attic was. Carl was throwing little stones at the hole that seemed to be covered with something like cardboard from the other side, just so our friends would be able to hear the sound from inside to find the entrance. All of a sudden, it knocked back. We actually saw the cardboard bending from someone hitting on it, and I yelled down to my friend outside if they were finally able to find that damn entrance. And all I got back from her was, "No, everyone is downstairs." Just kinda shocked, Carl and I quickly made our way out of the stable and to the others, saying, if we got to the attic now, we got him, since there would be no way he could escape that quickly, and he would have to pass us on the stairs. We all ran upstairs, but again, nothing. Just nothing at all. After this, we just decided that we would give up and not go there again. We also realized that it might be too dangerous. He never seriously did anything to us except for creeping us out, but we were wondering what he would do if we seriously caught him and stood in front of him. Our parents were also not really happy with us doing any of this. So again, months passed, without anything, only sometimes driving by and seeing a faint light inside, until the house was finally put on the market to be sold. Today, it has been completely emptied out and is being renovated. So, to the creep living in a completely rancid house for almost a year, let's not meet. Wow, they never even caught the guy. Okay, this next story is titled, "I was young and naive, and now I realize how dangerous the situation was." I am aware this happened ages ago, but am now recollecting bits and pieces from that event, and am thankful to be sane and safe. I'm honestly just airing it out so I can get input/opinions, because I don't know what to make of it. I'll preface this by saying that this happened a while ago, back in 2019. Was 2019 a while ago? Oh my god, the years have passed. When I was 16 years old. Hence, I was very naive and gullible. I am aware that it might not be a human trafficking case, but it does seem suspicious regardless. For context, this happened in a relatively large North American city, It was late December, a few days before Christmas. I had just finished hanging out with my friends and was using public transit, the subway, to get back home. My friends lived in a different area, so I had to travel back alone in that direction. The subway wagons, I have never heard someone call like a subway cart a wagon. That's interesting. The subway wagons were mostly empty. It was already dark out. I recall it being around 8 to 9 p.m. maybe. I was sitting on an individual seat where the setup was structured in a way that had another seat perpendicular to my current one, which was empty. This one guy, who looked to be relatively young, plopped down on that adjacent seat and greeted me with a smile instantly. I didn't think too much of it at the time since, in all honesty, I thought he was cute. Physically, he had a middle part, chestnut hair, was relatively tall and very slim. Nice facial features too. I don't remember his face in a very detailed manner, but I remember thinking he was really cute, once again. He was dressed in a sweater and jeans. Didn't look dismantled or overly casual either. Upon sitting down, he greeted me smiling, presented himself, and shared his name. We then started making small talk, and he brought up the fact that he had finished university, which made me ask for his age. He claimed to be 24, which seemed to match with his appearance. What really creeps me out is that in response, I had told him I was 16 years old, and he didn't seem even slightly fazed by that. Matter of fact, he was smirking, and had formed a small visible grin, talking about how he missed being this young, and advising me to stay in school. He proceeded with asking me about what I was doing alone in the metro, my plans before that, and if I had any plans coming up in the next few hours, to which I stupidly answered, no. He then started expressing how his friends had come up with this supposed dare, where he had to bring a random girl over, a complete stranger, to their party hangout, by accosting them randomly, such as this very occasion. I remember finding it hard to believe, so I insisted on going home about a handful of times, to which he started pleading with me, claiming it would be fun, and if I were to be uncomfortable, he would bring me right back to the subway station. I kept insisting that my mom would get mad, and asked him if there was another day where we could do that, but he answered that it was a one-time thing, that it's a very uncommon gathering, that he hasn't seen these friends in a long time, and wouldn't see them after the event most probably, because of a full schedule. He also kept pushing the fact that he wouldn't keep me up for too long. I eventually gave in. I know, super stupid. I still can't believe it to this day. We had gone through a few subway stations and got off in a pretty desolate area, which was known for its drug use, prostitution, and poverty. But to be frank, I didn't know that at the time, although it was pretty obvious. That specific neighborhood still has a pretty tarnished reputation to this day. The guy, let's call him Ben, then revealed his real name to be different than the one he initially had given me, and was seemingly Slavic. The name he revealed is most likely also fake too, to be honest. He then started asking me pretty intrusive questions, such as, what are your darkest secrets? What's your home life like? What's stressing you out right now? Why did you decide to come along? He claimed to like getting to know people beyond the surface level, hence why he was being this intrusive. I, in all honesty, was a straight-A student, so I simply told him that studies were my main concern as of now, to which he answered that there had to be more than that. We had to be about 15 minutes in at this point, when a car slowed down next to us and rolled its windows down. A man let out a "hey," but was immediately shooed away by Ben. Ben then just told me the man was a supposed John, which I didn't know meant that the driver was essentially a client in that sense. I started to get wary, but still made it to the hangout a few minutes later, which was located in a regular townhouse. It wasn't worn down or anything. I was greeted by maybe 5 to 6 dudes, who were seemingly over 25, 2 of them looked above 30 as well. They all stared me down and immediately asked how old I was. And I told them I was 16. One of the guys seemed sort of fazed and let out a, "Come on, man, that's my sister's age. They might even be in the same high school." They all kind of laughed it off and moved on. They never spoke about it again and barely asked me any questions except for, "How did you guys meet?" Also, it was obvious that someone's dad owned the place, as an old man was dozing off on the couch. We were all gathered around a dinner table. The host served me some food along with the other guests, but I refused to eat as I was honestly starting to feel a bit queasy about the situation. After everyone, except me, finished eating, we all went upstairs. Ben started playing the guitar and another man joined in by playing some keys on the piano. They then asked me to film them using Ben's phone, so I did. When that was going on, I honestly started getting terrible vibes and felt the need to leave. So I put the phone down and slowly made my way through the frame of the door. One of the older guys was standing near it and asked me what's up, and if I was enjoying their company. We started talking for a minute and he claimed to be an accountant. He then started leaning in and tried to slightly hover over me against the doorframe. However, I stepped back into the staircase and made it to the front door, opened it and went out to the driveway. Luckily, the door wasn't locked. Ben followed and asked me if I wanted to leave. I immediately said yeah, and this time he didn't insist on bringing me back in. I should also add that right before leaving, I had told Ben that my mom was relentlessly calling me and was worried, to which he obliged. On our way back, he proceeded to ask me if I was genuinely 16 and not below that. He told me that if he were my dad, he would never let me out of sight again, because what I just did, which was going to the party in the first place, was the dumbest thing he'd seen any girl do, especially since I had no reason to do that, according to him. Once he accompanied me back to the subway station, I asked him for his Snapchat. I was a complete moron. Or any type of social media he had. He told me he doesn't use his phone like that, and was fully off the grid. I went back home and never heard of him again. Although I didn't get conventionally harassed, violence, sexual endeavors, etc., and it's a pretty outdated happening, I'm honestly scared I could have been a potential rape or human trafficking victim. The latter might be a stretch, but you never know. I want to know if there's any way I could leave an anonymous tip to the city or something. I was searching through public records but couldn't find anything. What do you guys make of this? Sorry for the long story. I think OP is incredibly lucky that nothing awful happened. That's for sure. This next story is titled Crazy Lori. So this happened when I was young, maybe early 2000s. I had to have been 5 or 6. I was born in California and had lived there for about 11 years before moving across the country. My mom and dad are separated, so I used to visit my dad every weekend. We lived in a small apartment about a 10-minute walk from a small convenience store gas station, and literally across the street from a Barnes & Noble that my mom worked at. My dad was lonely, but also a bit insufferable, which I realized later. So occasionally there'd be a new woman over. He'd introduce us to each other and I'd go back to watching cartoons. One day he brought home another woman, again introducing us. She said her name was Lori. I never had a second thought about her. She didn't look familiar and the name wasn't familiar either. I just continued to watch cartoons. My dad said he needed to grab cigarettes or something from the convenience store around the corner, and he'll be right back. Not wanting to leave me alone, he asked Lori to watch me for a minute. As soon as he left and was out of sight, I think Lori said, "We should go walk to the bookstore or just go for a walk." Again, I can't remember it exactly. I just remember holding her hand and walking across the street to the Barnes & Noble. We went inside and I looked at the people at checkout to see if my mom was there. She wasn't, but I just shrugged it off. We got to about halfway through the store when I heard a familiar voice call my name. It was my mom's friend and coworker, Lucy. We would often go to her house and I would play video games with her 2 sons. I was immediately excited to see her and just yelled her name. She said, "Hey, come here for a minute," and I ran up and gave her a hug. At that point, she started walking me somewhere else. I think she had asked if I was wanting a lollipop or something, and walked me to the employees-only office in the back. I hadn't even realized that Lori had left. Lucy had said something into the radio and told me to wait in the office. I now realized that she had called security. Apparently, I was basically being kidnapped and just had no idea. I found out later in life that Lori's children were taken from her because she wasn't fit to take care of them. She also worked at that Barnes & Noble and was fired. So my mom and Lucy knew all about how crazy she was. Lucy had called my mom and told her what happened. She immediately came to pick me up and drove back to my dad's apartment to chew him out. I can't remember if my mom took me back with her or left me with my dad after that, but I still went to visit him every weekend after. I don't know if Lori was found and arrested or what would have happened if Lucy hadn't been working that day, or if she never even saw me. I'm just so glad she did. So, to crazy Lori, who somehow enticed my dad and tried to kidnap me, I doubt we'll ever run into each other again. But even so, let's never meet again. This next story is titled, Security Guard at the Gym This Morning. So the weirdest thing happened this morning. I, 30 female, went to the gym around 5:30 a.m. The building is open 24 hours, and as such, there is always a security guard manning the front desk that sits in the middle of a large, fairly empty foyer. Behind the security desk is the row of elevators. The gym is on the 4th floor, and I'm not sure what's on the other floors above or below it. A bunch of office spaces, etc. I walked in off the street, still dark outside, ready to work out. I was still really sleepy. I noticed the security guard is one I haven't seen before. He smiled hello at me from behind his security computer, and immediately I felt weird. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, but I got these weird chills, and I thought, I don't like this guy. I feel like this is low-key a superpower that every woman has. I'm sure there's a term for it when you have an interaction with a man and you just immediately get an icky feeling in your stomach. Always trust that. Before I could give him the benefit of the doubt, he stood up and walked out from behind the desk to wait with me by the elevators, which I thought was weird. Didn't he have to remain at the security desk? Why would he be going to another floor? But who knows? I don't know what business he has as a security guard. That being said, I still didn't want to ride in an elevator with him. Something just told me to stay put. When the elevator came, he made a gesture to me that was kind of like, "After you," motioning to the elevator. I faked a phone call and smiled in a way that said, "Oh, looks like I can't take the elevator, all yours." This is where it gets fucked, and where I need people's opinions. I stay there for another 7 minutes. I know it was about that long because I listened to 2 songs in my headphones. Then I push the elevator button and it dings immediately, like it was already on the floor. Surely enough, the doors open, and I walk over to it. The guy is still in the elevator. He never left the floor. He never went up. He was just standing in the elevator the whole fucking time. Was he waiting for me? Then the creepiest thing. He smiles at me as though to say, "Aren't you gonna get in?" I took like 3 steps backward. He could tell I was really startled. Like an idiot, I took another fake phone call. Then I decided to take the stairs the whole way. As I was working out, I got less sleepy and was still thinking about that interaction, and it was getting more and more bizarre as I remembered it. Can someone give me their opinion on what could have happened here? Was I overreacting by being freaked out? I just had this horrible feeling and still do, even though it was now about 6 hours ago. Weird building security guard. I really hope we never meet again, especially not tomorrow morning. Yeah, if anyone's waiting on the elevator for me, literally just sitting there, that would freak me out. Okay, that Let's Not Meet story actually reminded me of this terrifying experience that a Florida woman had at a gym. Trigger warning, it could be distressing, but ultimately the woman is physically fine. But yeah, I just have to share this news clip from 2 years ago.
Surveillance video captured the incredible moment a Tampa woman fought off an attacker at her apartment complex's gym.
As if I keep going, if I keep pushing, I keep fighting, he's going to stop. He's going to let go, and he finally did.
24-year-old Nishali Alma, a personal trainer, told Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies she was exercising alone around 10 p.m. on January 22nd when she saw a man she'd previously seen at the gym trying to get in.
Whenever he was at the door, I buzzed him in, and he came inside. My thought process was, like you said, like it was just another dude coming in to work out.
But after 25-year-old Xavier Thomas Jones entered, this happened instead.
Next thing you know, I get up from doing my workout, and I grab my phone, and he just approaches me, and not a single word was exchanged. As soon as he was approaching me, I pushed him. I said, bro, what the F are you doing? I said, get away from me. And he kept trying to come towards me and kept reapproaching me.
Video shows Thomas Jones chasing her around the gym before grabbing Alma and pinning her down.
In my mind, I knew I was stronger than him, and I knew I could fight back.
The seasoned weightlifter seen here holding her attacker in a chokehold while trying to call 911 before throwing more punches, leading Thomas Jones to release his grip. Now she's sharing her story and encouraging other women with similar experiences to do the same.
No other person should go through this. No other person should have to feel like this. No other person should have to go through a situation like this.
Experts say avoiding an incident like this starts with being aware of your surroundings and moving quickly if you're in danger.
Getting in the way, creating obstacles, creating an opportunity, a space between you and your attacker. So I'd be going straight for vulnerable. So again, just the eyes, hitting him in the nose with a phone, strike him in the throat, because everybody, it's soft tissue there, it's soft tissue in your eyes as well, and it's going to hurt everybody no matter how strong you are.
Authorities were able to track down Thomas Jones and arrested him the next day. He pled not guilty to charges of sexual battery, false imprisonment, and kidnapping, and will appear in court next month. An attorney for Thomas Jones did not respond to NBC's request for comment.
The day he was arrested and the day they caught him, I saw the whole thing go down. It was a relief.
Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
This next story is titled, My Brother Joined a Cult and Has Fallen Under a Religious Psychosis Spell. And they've got some definitions for us. Religious delusion. The term delusion refers to a strong consuming belief in something that is untrue. Religious delusions involve beliefs concerning religious ideologies or figures. Psychosis. Psychosis refers to a collection of symptoms that affect the mind, where there has been some loss of contact with reality. Forgive me if this post is a bit scrambled. I am on my third glass of wine and contemplating life right now. My brother Brian and I grew up very close. Movie nights with the family dinners, game nights, holidays, family road trips, very normal. We eventually grew up and now, both in our 20s, moved away from home. I haven't seen him recently, but we text here and there to confirm aliveness. Brian suddenly became extremely religious nearly overnight. I'm talking extremely. Now, I don't judge anyone, but no one in our family is particularly religious, and he does not have religious friends. He found a church in his new city that he is giving his life to. He is completely isolated, and his only friend is the priest. He is secretive about what church it is, and he spends all of his time there. Brian is there late night every day, supposedly helping cleaning up. But that just doesn't sound right to me. They took a mission trip to Mexico recently, and I can only imagine what in the world went on there. The only media that he consumes is religious. He has no friends outside of the church. He only goes to church outside of work. Before ending each conversation, he will ask, "Are you ready to give your life to God or suffer in hell?" See what I mean? He recently took a trip back home to visit our family, and my mom says the whole thing was wrong. He sat silent much of the time, observing. Otherwise, he looked far removed, even while looking right at her. His energy filled the room and made her uncomfortable. He was no longer the bubbly and affectionate guy he has always been. He kept his distance and had nothing to say. When he left, she said she doesn't expect he will come back. Once a month, we catch up by playing video games together. We'll play for hours. This is our bonding time. I entertain his religious conversations regardless of my opinion. Our last game night, he had so much fun, he wouldn't let me log off until around 2 a.m. I recently found out that he gave his console away to a church member. I was upset. It felt like he didn't think about what that meant. We are not the phone call types, but we love video games and played growing up together. So game nights were perfect. He called me the other night to address the issue. He gave it away because his future wife, a premonition, is coming, and she wouldn't like him playing with other girls, and he doesn't have time for anything except the church. I know this sounds absolutely too insane to be real, but unfortunately it is. He assured me that he will be completely cutting me off because his premonition wife is more important than his relationship with me. He spoke with such clarity that it was terrifying to be so deluded, yet so sure of yourself. What type of church influences you to cut off family and friends? Scientology. Definitely Scientology. He will be moving overseas to find his premonition wife soon. I was shocked. A premonition? Really? Our dad called him, and when asked, "For you to need to cut me off, you must feel for her in another way than as your sister." Brian avoided the question and did not answer. Yeah, I know. How could it get worse than a premonition wife? I'm sick for many reasons, losing sleep. I fear that my brother is in some sort of cult while under religious psychosis, on top of ruining our relationship with possible feelings towards me, his sister. I'm a mess of confusion. What in the hillbilly fuck is going on? How could it get worse? My mother believes it's his attempt at removing the temptation, aka me, from his life. I am stuck between wanting to understand what the hell type of church this is, and also agreeing, let's not meet. No one knows what to say to me, and I can't blame them. I'm mourning what once was our relationship, but the situation gives me chills, and I don't know where to go from here. All I can think of is this one quote that I read. The more devout they are, the uglier their faith will become, since it is based on a lie. Before we get into this next story, I want to let y'all know, while I was recording, there was some crazy wind going on. It actually sounds like a freight train in my apartment when that happens. I re-recorded a bunch of parts where it was super crazy. Unfortunately, I didn't notice while I was recording, even though I wear headphones that I can literally hear my voice in. But yeah, I cleaned most of it, if not all of it up. But yeah, if you do happen to hear some crazy wind in the background, I apologize for that. This last story is titled, "My Boss Was a Homeless Man." Repost with proof. Now, before you bite my head off, yes, I know I have posted this story before. My reason for reposting is that the story has since been archived, and I have sort of a massive update to it that I really wanted to add. This morning, I was going through a really old hard drive and discovered a folder. The folder was named Kearney. In it, proof to validate parts of the story. So then people can hopefully stop accusing me of having made it up. I apologize for the awful quality of the pictures. These were taken back in 2007, with my video camera's stills feature. I have posted the link to the pictures at the bottom. If you remember the story, you are welcome to just skip to there. Okay, I personally have never read this story. Hopefully, this is y'all's first time as well. Hi everyone. So lately, I've had some requests to finally share the whole story of the homeless man I accidentally took in as a tenant, and the incidents that followed. I'm just saying in advance this is a long one, but every detail is relevant. Please note, Although everything I have documented is factual, the case was never solved and has likely gone cold, since this happened more than 10 years ago. So, back in 2007, I found myself working as a bartender at a now closed pub in my hometown. Not a job I particularly liked, but it paid the bills. At this time, they had hired a new kitchen manager that we all simply knew as Kearney. Kearney was a pleasant enough man, mostly keeping to himself, but always stayed late to help the barmen do our closing duties. So we all liked him for that. New in town, Kearney had yet to find a place of permanent residence, and I had recently lost my tenants, so someone suggested he ask me. He was considerably older than the tenants I usually took in, but having had a streak of bad luck with the tenants my own age, I thought an older man with a nice steady job may be a shift in the right direction, so I agreed. Kearney wasted no time and followed me home that very same night, only he wasn't alone. Enter Lawrence, the boyfriend of Kearney. Honestly, I hadn't even realized he was gay up to that point, but was water off my back regardless. Looking back now, what really should have bothered me though was Lawrence's appearance. He looked like he had been sleeping on the street, rather appropriately as I would later find out. So Kearney moved in. Lawrence was there a lot too, and it was easy to know when due to his mobile ringtone sounding like the quacking of a duckling. Kearney had some habits that were rather noteworthy to this story. In particular, 1. He basically never closed his bedroom door. No matter what he was doing in there, it was always open. And 2. Although he was a very heavy smoker, he never once smoked inside the house. So Kearney had been living there for about 2 weeks when I had come down with an awful case of pink eye, this being highly contagious. I was given leave of absence from my bartending job and therefore decided to go wait it out at my sister's for a few days. Apparently, I didn't mind giving it to her. Sorry, sis. So the day my sister was scheduled to come to pick me up, no, I couldn't drive yet. I took a casual stroll into the bar that myself and Ben, my good friend from high school, and at that time coworker, had been building in my house. And something caught my eye. All the liquor bottles were completely empty. Now, those who had been frequenting my house at the time would know that we weren't just talking about 1 or 2 bottles of brandy here, but bottles of whiskey, gin, vodka, schnapps, liqueurs. Basically, it was a fully stocked bar that could host a pretty big party without requiring much in the way of additions. So I called Kearney in, asking him what he knew about this, receiving feedback that Lawrence and he had been on a slight drinking binge. Those were the actual words he used. That had left me both furious about the thousands worth of stock they had drunk out, but also slightly impressed that he was actually still alive. Regardless, I said that I will be dealing with this upon my return. So I'm with my sister for a few days, and on Friday I get a call from the local police department, asking if I know a Conrad Schultz. Ironically enough, I didn't. They finally add that I will probably know him as Kearney, and that I should probably come down to the station, as they had just arrested his boyfriend, trying to sell my camera equipment. So my sister rushes me back to home, where all my camera equipment was on display at the police station. It's on this visit that I'm informed that Lawrence was actually a Navy SEAL, who got dishonorably discharged before turning to a life of crime, and now had a rap sheet the length of the Bible. The kicker was that both he and Kearney were actually homeless men who had met at the Salvation Army. So Lawrence is in jail and my sister drops me off at home, more or less the same time that Kearney gets home as well. Based on Kearney's account of what had happened, he had turned Lawrence in himself, as he couldn't allow Lawrence to do to me what he was trying to do. Although I had appreciated his sacrifice, I still told Kearney that he would have to go, having been the overall cause of all of this. However, not wanting to leave the homeless man, well, homeless, I gave him until the end of the month to make other arrangements. So Monday comes, and having just completed a staff meeting, I walk home to encounter a very much free Lawrence, sitting on the sidewalk across my house, watching it. I confront Lawrence as to why he's there, and he tries to apologize, before begging for money. Rather out of character, really, I dismissed him without giving him a cent. Now I go back to the previous night. See, I had mentioned the staff meeting for a reason, as it was at that meeting where we had gotten a rather sizable list of liquor bottles that had gone missing from the storeroom, leaving us all suspecting each other. I, however, would not have to wait long to figure out who the real culprit was, as a few days later, I opened the garbage bin in my kitchen to see the missing bottles, all empty and staring back at me. I decided to sit on this information for the time being, although I did photograph it, just for in case I need it as evidence later. I had also called over Ben to inform him of the developments, as this was quickly becoming a detective game. We decided to enter Kearney's room to search for further evidence. Nothing of vast significance in there, with one exception. 2 single photographs of Lawrence, before he had turned into the homeless version of Lex Luthor or Charles Xavier. Actually, there were several of Lawrence's things still there, but as Lawrence had spent a lot of time there before the incident, I accepted this as normal. Now, I should also add that I had mentioned Lawrence's release to Kearney, and had told him that if I even suspected that they were still seeing each other, I would throw him out of the house myself. Only a few days would pass before this came into play. On this particular night, I had been bartending again, and Kearney had constantly been stopping by the bar to help himself to draught glasses half full of wine and half full of Coke, which he would go drink outside the restaurant. We confronted him about this, but as he correctly pointed out, he was still a manager, and we had no right to tell him what he could or could not do. On his 4th trip, however, I had grown suspicious and decided to follow him outside, where I encountered Lawrence sitting outside, sharing the half Coke, half wine concoctions with Kearney. This pissed me off. So the next day I returned to the restaurant with my photographic evidence that I handed over to the general manager, who was also kind of a friend of mine. Although I hadn't physically seen it, I had heard the confrontation through the office door when he fired Kearney. Kearney left, obviously upset, and apparently had no idea that I had been the one who had turned him in. So we had closed early that night and I was walking home, going past the high school. I saw Kearney coming from the opposite direction. He walked past me, literally only saying 2 words, "I'm scared," before disappearing into the darkness. That would be the last time that I would ever physically lay my eyes on Conrad Schultz. So we reached the final week before Kearney's eviction was to take place. Ben had come to stay with me for that duration, as we both wanted to monitor the situation and make sure that nothing else happens. It was in this week that Kearney's behavior suddenly changed. He was constantly smoking in his room and his door was closed 24/7. In fact, neither Ben nor I had caught so much as a peek of him in that entire last week, which we hadn't thought much of at the time. So the day of Kearney's eviction comes around, Ben had gone home for a few hours, and I finally hear Kearney's bedroom door open. Someone walks out of the room, opens the front door, and leaves. I follow him outside, but somehow he had already completely disappeared. What was left, though, was his house keys, indicating that he obviously wasn't planning to come back. I took a look at the keys, noticing something strange. Although the correct keys were all on the keychain, there were also several that weren't mine. Why would he leave me the wrong keys? I remember myself thinking as I walked into his room. His room was a shock. Not because of the state it was in. The 2 had broken his bed in an act of wild monkey sex? Alright, chill. But I had known about that already. As I said, he never closed his damn door. But more than that, he had literally left almost all of his belongings behind, with one exception. You guessed it, the 2 photos of Lawrence. Upon further investigation, I suddenly realized that all traces of Lawrence ever being there had completely vanished, with all of Kearney's stuff left behind. There was one thing of Lawrence left behind, though, his duckling ringtone, which it turned out hadn't been so much a ringtone as an actual duckling, which now strolled around casually in the vacant bedroom. We named him Neville. So Ben returns and gets updated about the developments, both of us thinking the way he left was rather weird, of course. The whole thing had been weird. It was only when I asked the infamous question that this all became a conspiracy theory. Did you ever actually see Kearney in this last week? It was to our shock that we realized that neither of us had, suddenly putting puzzle pieces together. The changing habits, Neville the duck, the wrong keys, only Lawrence's stuff being gone. It was to great discomfort that we both asked the question, who had really been living in our house this last week? During the next few days, Ben and I went on a mission, searching the town, crawling into drain pipes, trying to find any trace of Kearney's whereabouts, but they all added up to nothing. Conrad Schultz had simply vanished off the face of the earth. That wasn't the case with Lawrence, though. No, he was still around. Having made some new homeless friends, we encountered him several times begging on the streets. I asked him every time, "Where's Kearney, Lawrence?" But he just acted like he had never heard of him. The last time I would see Lawrence was across from work, attempting to break into a car. I had called the police on him and they had arrived rather quickly, arresting him on the spot. While he was being led away by the police, I shouted after him one last time, "Where is Kearney, Lawrence?" But he just ignored me and let the cops drag him away. The next day, I filed a police report, reporting Kearney as a missing person and suggesting that Lawrence may know something about it. But nothing ever came of it. So, Lawrence, I don't know if you did something to Kearney or not, but if you did, let's not meet again. Okay, that was one of the most fascinating, intriguing Let's Not Meet stories I've ever read, personally. And now we have some pictures to go along with it, thanks to the OP. So I'm just gonna scroll through here. A part of Kearney's drinking binge, Kearney's bed, the clothes Kearney left behind, Ben going through Kearney's closet, Kearney's cupboard, clearing out Kearney's stuff, throwing out Kearney's stuff, the delicious monster. I have no idea what this is. There's something in a shoe. I don't know what that is. The photos of Lawrence, taken before Kearney moved out. So this is the Lawrence guy, who allegedly might have something to do with Kearney's disappearance off the face of the earth. So if you run into this guy on the street, just be like, "Yo, what happened to Kearney?" Kearney's fake references, I guess, for his job, I'm not sure. Oh my god, there's even a picture of Neville the duck. Ben hosing off Kearney's mattress. Can you just spray a mattress with a hose like that? Like, wouldn't mold ultimately grow in there? I don't know. Landfill where we searched for Kearney's body. Okay, interesting. Sewage entrance where we searched for Kearney's body. Yeah, this guy was not lying about literally climbing through drainage pipes to look for this guy. Lawrence after just breaking into the car. Lawrence getting arrested. Wow, this guy was not lying about this story. He has pictures of everything. Alright, that's all the photos. Wow, what a crazy odd story. I think my ex tried to kill me. This is gonna be long, I'm sorry. So where to start? I met them when I was 15. He was 17. Looking back then, signs were all there. It started with small things. us just roughhousing like buddies. We are both guys. But it would escalate to them taking me back behind the shed where my friends couldn't see me, and holding me against the wall, quote-unquote fake hitting me. Like pretending to hurt me while laughing the whole time. But he did actually hurt me. I would have bruises for weeks. One time he literally shoved my face in stinging nettles, but my naive 15-year-old self thought it was all in good fun. If only I knew then what I know now. I had to look this up because I had no idea what a stinging nettle was. Apparently it's a thorny kind of plant, which probably hurts, but also has potential health benefits, including reducing inflammation and pain, improving cardiovascular health, and treating allergies. But yeah, I'm sure it would not feel good to have your face shoved into that, for sure. We started dating at the end of my sophomore year, and over the summer things progressed. He would just beg me to give him massages, and whenever I would refuse, he would pin me down and tickle me until I relented and said yes. And when I stopped before he was ready, he'd go back to tickling me. Sometimes he would just randomly pin me down and tickle me. I would beg him to stop, but the only way to get him to stop was to literally fight him off me. This happened almost every single time we hung out. I grew to dread it. I don't know why I kept going back. Honestly, I was just so in love with him. I'm 5'3" and weighed even less than I do now, about 100 pounds. He is 5'7" and lifted, for context. I learned a lot about how to fight someone bigger off me in those days. It wasn't just the tickling though. As I said before, they just, quote-unquote, jokingly beat me up. But the force of his punches were not jokes. I would have bruises all over my arms and thighs from them punching me. One time, I got in the front seat of our friend's car when he wanted shotgun. So he proceeded to punch my arm the entire 15-minute drive, until I was almost crying, because I kept trying to move away and tell them to stop. My friend who was driving did nothing. I don't know why he was even older than both of us. I don't know why he thought that was normal. It wasn't just punching me either. I had recently gotten my ear pierced, and he thought it was funny to smack me upside the head. One time he made me bleed, and when I told him, he said he just hadn't. I tried to talk to him about this so many times, asking, please just don't touch my ears. And every time I asked, all he would do was correct my grammar. This was over text. I was honestly scared to say anything in person. Here's an example of me trying to talk to him from August 2021. OP says, it's not a big deal, just at least don't hit my ears. BF says, I would never. OP says, you made it bleed today. I don't know that I'm just super scared of my piercings getting infected or something. OP had typed sacred instead of scared, and the BF mocks them for that. They continue to mock OP. OP says, can you please just have a normal conversation? And the boyfriend just continues to mock them. And when OP again tries to say, please just stop hitting my ears or touching them, the boyfriend just says, I'm not hitting your ears. I'm not even near you. Again, OP is begging them please to stop touching their ears, and the BF just randomly says, ever thought of growing a mustache? Just denies and changes the subject. We ended up breaking up and just staying friends. I spent all my free time at his house like an idiot. Another thing he started doing was always wanting to smoke me up but never smoking himself. Huge red flag, I know, but at the time all I was thinking was more weed for me. I say all of this to explain what our relationship was like and how utterly confusing this all was for me. To this day, I am still confused why they acted this way. And now for the part where I think he tried to kill me. I was 16. He was 19. The day started off normal. We were just hanging out, from what I remember. This time period is kind of spotty memory for me. The next thing I remember is him sitting on top of my chest and arms pinning me down, like he would normally do to tickle me. But this time he had both hands around my neck choking me. Not in a sexual way, like both hands on my windpipe. I couldn't breathe, could barely talk. I kept hitting his hands and arms trying to pull them off my neck. It wasn't working. I was trying to say, I can't fucking breathe, let go. But as I said, I could barely talk. I remember thinking, am I gonna die? Is he really trying to kill me? The whole fucking time he was laughing and smiling. I honestly don't remember how I got him off of me, but I think I must have used my legs and somehow rolled over. The next day, I almost forgot it even happened until I realized my neck was sore and bruised when I was at school. I texted him, "You left bruises on my neck." All I got in response was, "Oh, sorry." I wish I could say that this was the last time I hung out with him, but it wasn't. I actually forgot it happened until weeks later when I was talking to my friend and she was horrified. So I decided I never wanted to see him again, and texted him that. And he said, "That's understandable." That's all I fucking got. I have no idea what he would have done if we kept hanging out or if I was just a little weaker. Honestly, I don't want to think about it. I'm posting this here because it's not something I can ever really talk about. Being a guy, the response I've gotten is, "You must have given him the wrong idea. You probably thought you were just down to wrestle." But now that I'm older, I know what wrestling with your friends is. And it is always mutually agreed on. Not like that. I'm still confused. I'm 19 now and can't imagine treating someone like that. Oh yeah, and our whole friend group at the time called me crazy. Said I was overreacting. For not wanting to hang out with him anymore. And essentially cut me out. Fucking wild. So yeah, crazy ex, let's not meet again. Next story. Scary Uber experience. This happened a couple months ago. I was at a friend's house one night and didn't realize how late it was, around 2 a.m. I love sleeping in my own bed, so I decided to call an Uber home, instead of staying over. My friend lives in a more rural area of town, so it took a while to get an Uber, and it was around a 40-minute drive back to my house. Upon getting into the Uber, the first comment he made was telling me how pretty I was. Immediately, red flags started going off in my head. I'm already a very anxious person, and have always been afraid of taking Ubers alone, especially at night. So I was already on edge before the comment was made. I just replied, "Thank you," and he started to drive me home. My friend was a boy, and I assumed the Uber saw him standing at the doorway before he left. Because around 5 minutes into the drive, he asked, "Was that your boyfriend?" At this point, my gut feeling tells me something is wrong. I reply, "Yes," and say nothing further. He then proceeded to go on about how lucky my boyfriend was, and again, how pretty I was. At this point, I didn't answer. Around 10 minutes into the drive, the Uber driver tells me that he knows a quicker way to get to my house, and we're going to take a detour. I immediately start to panic inside, because as an anxious Uber rider, I consistently watch the Uber app on the driver's phone, and need to be following the map. Also, this detour seemed to be going deeper down the rural roads, versus into the city. I then called my dad, but because it was past 3 a.m. at this point, he didn't answer the phone. I then decide to call 911. The operator answers me right away, and I act like I'm talking to my dad on the phone. She immediately sensed that I was unable to tell her the exact situation, but I acted like I was telling my dad that I was in an Uber and would be home soon. She then started to ask me questions about the color of the car, by having me simply answer yes or no, the make of the car, my location, etc. She asked if I was in danger and I said, "I don't know." After telling her my location, she then told me to tell the Uber driver to get on the highway, because the detour he had taken consisted of more rural roads. Thankfully, we were only around 5 minutes from the highway, and then another 10 minutes to the police station. She told me to tell the Uber driver to drop me off at a house in a neighborhood close to the police station. She gave me an exact address, and advised me that an officer would be waiting there for me to take me home. After politely trying to beg the Uber to change the address, he finally did, and continued to go in that direction. I stayed on the phone with the operator until I got to the destination. Sure enough, an officer was waiting a couple of houses down. I got out of the Uber and walked straight towards the car. I'm not sure if I was overreacting about this situation due to my anxiety, especially by calling 911. But the alarm bells were going off so loud in my head that I genuinely thought I needed to in that situation. I now only take Uber alone in the daytime and always share my ride with my parents or friends. Stay safe, everyone. Honestly, this girl was not overreacting. Always check. Make sure your Uber driver is the same person that's in the picture, the same car. Make sure they know your name on your profile. Share your ride with family, loved ones. Try to avoid taking Ubers alone. And if they're going on a quote-unquote detour, absolutely call 911. It's better to be safe than sorry. Alright, this next story is titled Stranger at My House. When I graduated college, I was about 24 years old. I really wanted to get out on my own and try living alone. Luckily for me, my grandma had asked to be moved into an assisted living center about a year prior. I had asked my parents if I could live there. They talked it over with my grandma and she agreed it would be nice to have someone there after a year of it sitting empty. This was in a kind of up-and-coming area, but still had its rough spots. I was so excited until I got there to do a walkthrough to see how I was going to set up my things. The house was a shotgun-style home with a cellar that could only be accessed from the outside. While I was walking through the house, I swore I was hearing noises. Finally realized they were coming from the basement. Called the police and they came out and escorted out 6 people from the cellar. They were squatters that had been living there. After they left, I went down there to find all kinds of stuff. The cops took all the drugs and anything else illegal. It looked like someone had spray painted the walls all over. It was just a concrete cellar where the water heater and HVAC was. So I wouldn't have really cared, except it seemed to be kind of satanic. I don't know anything about that stuff, but there was a couple pentagrams and a chalk circle on the floor. Cops didn't really have anything to say about it. They didn't know either. I poured some water on the floor to wash away the circle, but the walls I just left as is. Fast forward a few months of me living there. I had forgotten all about it. Had started dating my future wife, and she was over. We were getting ready for bed and in the bathroom brushing our teeth. A knock came from the back door. I ignored it, but it came again. It was 1 a.m., and this was my back door. Someone had to have come into my backyard by opening the fence gate. I grabbed my gun and went to the door, keeping it out of view. Some guy was standing on the porch. I opened the interior wooden door but kept the outside storm door shut and locked. I asked what he was here for since it was so late. All he said was, "Is Christina here?" I told him he had the wrong house and all he said was, "Oh, so do you want me to leave?" I told him he better leave and not come back. He just stood there, staring at me. I was getting very nervous at this point and shut the door. He walked down the steps and just stood in my backyard staring at the house. Then he tried to open the cellar doors. I had them padlocked and he gave up. I opened the back window and told him to get out of here before the cops show up or he gets shot or both. Again, he just stared, but then finally left. I didn't sleep that night. Again, a couple months later, my girlfriend told me the guy was back. Just standing in my backyard, staring at the house. This time, it was in broad daylight. I called the cops this time. He tried the cellar doors again, but left before they showed up. The next day, I went down to the cellar to see if maybe there had been something left behind that he was trying to get, but found nothing. It was just a damp, disgusting cellar with a dirt floor. I have zero idea why he wanted in there. I highly doubt the satanic stuff had anything to do with it. It just made this creepier. I unfortunately had to move out sometime later as I could no longer afford it. Never saw the guy again. Alright, next story. I think I might have encountered some sort of killer. I recently went on a date with a guy from my school who I met on a dating app. He seemed super sweet and charming over text, so I agreed to go on a date with him, especially after two friends told me they knew him from a class where he was generally a funny guy. We go to a small, pretty prestigious university, which also made me sure that he would be normal. He was supposed to meet me at 6 to go on a picnic, but ended up picking me up at 8:30. He texted me to reschedule to 8 and ended up showing at that time. He drove me to his apartment, and although uncomfortable, I agreed to go in because of everything I already knew about him. The apartment was only lit with one candle, and a small glowing light on the floor, which didn't add much. It was a multiple bedroom apartment that he lived in alone, which made it even more odd. We talked and ate some food, and he seemed nervous and uneasy for most of it. He suddenly switched the conversation to our deepest, darkest secrets, and asked if I'd ever seriously thought about killing anyone. After I said no, he made up a story about being in the Navy and having to bomb a ship and killing 5 people. When I was unsure how to respond, he sort of just passed it off as a joke and said that he had seriously thought about killing someone else, his ex's current boyfriend. I was extremely uncomfortable at this point and wanted to leave, and he agreed to drive me home. Before he left, he said he wanted to show something to me, and pulled out a rifle that he pointed in my direction. When I got startled, he remained eerily calm, and said he got it for hunting, but couldn't think of even killing an animal. We left, and I got back to my friend's place safely. Everyone I've told has been flabbergasted about how the date went, and I can't shake the feeling that something was off about him, and it's creeping me out. And to clarify, I mean like something more sinister about him. Any thoughts on this would be appreciated. Next story. The little girl at my door at 3 a.m. And this was posted 7 years ago. I made this account specifically to share my short little experience on here. It's not the typical Let's Not Meet story, but it disturbs me to this day, so I shall share it. So, I was about 14 years of age when this happened. I was in my bed trying to sleep, but as always, I was failing. My dad was in the living room trying to rock my brother to sleep. This was a normal routine, but this night wasn't normal. I finally think I'm about to fall asleep when I hear these loud knocks on my front door. It echoed throughout the whole house. It's like 3 a.m. The knocks are then followed by a girl screaming, "Help, please, my mom needs help," over and over. She was practically shrieking. My dad assumes it's some sort of trap. They use a little girl, dad becomes vulnerable, opens door, easy access inside the house, and so forth. So he's yelling back at her to leave us alone through the door. This little girl starts crying, kicking our door over and over again. Her screams still ring in my head every now and then. By this point, I'm sitting upright in my bed, crying as well. I'm terrified and upset with my dad, because what if she needed help? So maybe 10 minutes go by of this continuous crying and screaming when I hear a man outside my window, which is only a few inches beside my front door, where the girl was. And I hear him telling the girl to shut up, and I can hear him grab her, and she's screaming for him to let her go. I felt sick to my stomach. I wanted to look out my window, but I was paralyzed with fear. I can tell he's dragged her into the street. Her screams for her mother became quieter the further they got. Soon, I hear about 3 cars speed off down the street, after a lot of men were yelling, I assume at each other. My parents called the police and tried to get me to fall asleep, but I was too scared and traumatized. To this day, which is about 3 years later, I think about that little girl and her mother all the time, scared of what might happen to them. I used to want to know, but now I don't think I want to, as bad as that sounds. So, little girl and strange man, let's not meet. Again. Well, kinda. Edit. I forgot to mention the girl did leave our house alone for a second and went to about 2 other houses, repeating the same actions. A comment rejogged my memory about this. Kinda crazy that the parents didn't call the police immediately, especially when the little girl was crying and banging on the door for 10 minutes, apparently. I don't know, if this was a true story, I feel like the logical thing would be to call police immediately. Story isn't really reading true to me. I don't know if this is legit. At least I hope it's not. Alright, this will be the last story of the week, and it's a long one. And it is simply titled Plenty of Fish. This happened a few years ago when I had just moved to a new city, age 20, female, working and going to school full-time. I had a hard time meeting guys my age, so I turned to online dating in hopes of meeting the one. I chose Plenty of Fish thinking it somehow wasn't like the other dating sites. This is where I met Anthony. He messaged me first, and there were a few red flags, but I was desperate to talk to someone off Plenty of Fish who wasn't just trying to hook up or score nudes. I noticed all of his pictures were of random pro skateboarders and Nick Cave. Naive, I continued to chat with him because he seemed harmless. I couldn't quite point out what gave me a weird feeling, but it all started off innocent enough, and I thought he was just a little weird, quirky. A few random and weird messages on POF, some song lyrics, long word vomit type soliloquies, compliments on my red hair. Again, naive, I gave him a link to my personal blog on Tumblr, in hopes of having some common interests. Anthony made a Tumblr account that night, and went through every single one of my posts, liking each one, going all the way back through years of content. I must have had 500 likes by the next morning. Some time passed. I was no longer interested in pursuing Anthony, mostly due to the fact that all of our conversations were one-sided, and just random and bizarre. Every once in a while, he would send me a random message on Tumblr about clouds, his clothes, some more unrelated lyrics, his love of foxes. He actually asked me to go on a date with him, but I told him I had a boyfriend. By this time, I had been dating my boyfriend for 6 months. Anthony still continued to like my posts on Tumblr, was reblogging a lot of art, animals, and various interests. He posted one selfie of his face. He looked my age, messy long brown hair, beard. I was grateful we had drifted apart and simply deleted and ignored any messages he sent me from his account. One day, I received a message on Tumblr from a girl named Tandy. She said she had recently moved to the city and was looking to make some friends. She had been following me a while and thought we had a lot in common. I looked at her Tumblr and she had quite a bit of content dating back several months. All of her posts related to my own interests, and I thought I had met my new best friend. Oh God, I already know where this is going. We began chatting for hours, bonding over various things and exchanging experiences. She loved all the same music and seemed like such a cool person. Being new to the city, I still hadn't made many friends and was eager to perhaps start an offline friendship with Tandy. I invited her to my boyfriend's show. I figured it was public and safe. I would be surrounded by people, and I had by now added her on Facebook. Saw what she looked like and felt comfortable with her. She didn't have many friends or updates on her page, but I attributed that to the fact that she said she was new to the city, a homebody introvert type, and was putting in long hours at a local radio station she worked at. Innocent, naive me believed everything. I was so excited to have made a friend. We had even exchanged numbers and texted daily. I know that the person I was talking to that whole time was indeed Tandy. After chatting for a month, the day finally came. It was my boyfriend's show, and I was going to meet her. The doors had just opened, so there weren't many people at the venue yet. But I recognized her right away sitting at a table. I noticed she was not sitting alone. She was sitting with a guy in a toque with his face shrouded with hair and a beard. My heart literally stopped because I realized she was sitting with Anthony. My boyfriend was setting up his gear. None of my friends had arrived yet. No one knew at this point about Anthony. Only my boyfriend was aware that I was meeting Tandy at the show. Tandy smiled at me and said hello. She hugged me. Anthony was silent. He stared at me. I awkwardly waved to Anthony. I said, "Hey, Anthony, we finally meet." Anthony smiled and nodded his head, but did not say a word. Tandy quickly interrupted, saying, "Anthony told me you guys met on Tumblr too. Small world. Anthony is actually my boyfriend." Somehow I could just not believe the coincidence, but regardless spent the night with them, chatting with Tandy and being stared at by Anthony. He literally did not say a single word to me the entire night. My boyfriend had no reason to think anything was going on, and for some reason I was super embarrassed about the situation, so I did not tell my boyfriend about Anthony that night. Later, I texted Tandy to inquire about her relationship with Anthony. I didn't get a reply. I called her 3 times, and the phone was out of service. I went online. Her Tumblr was deleted. I went on Facebook. Her account was there, but no longer being updated for the week that I watched it. She didn't respond to any of my messages. I went onto the website for the radio station she apparently worked at, and she was not listed anywhere as a personnel or a volunteer. I later made a friend who worked at this radio station, and she confirmed there was never anyone named Tandy who ever stepped foot into the station, or did any of the stuff Tandy claimed to be doing. Tandy effectively disappeared off the face of the earth. I went on to Anthony's Tumblr page and he was still posting art, music, foxes. I decided to creep into what he was liking on Tumblr, and all of his likes were of red-headed women in various states of bondage, abuse, Kate Winslet in Titanic, Scully from The X-Files, fan fictions about kidnappings and enslavement, red-haired women dressed as foxes in cages. I still thought I had control over the situation. In fact, nothing happened for a while after that, until a month went by, and I was at the art gallery with some friends. I was going through the exhibits when my heart dropped. Anthony was there too. He followed us through the exhibit for a while, then disappeared. I couldn't figure out how he knew I was at the art gallery on that day. I saw him at a few other events that I could not understand his connection to. No one knew who he was. He just lingered in the background and disappeared. I saw him at a bunch of other shows, a smaller party at my friend's gallery, and a pop-up shop downtown for my friend's business. My boyfriend had another show a few months later. The band was loading in gear and the bar was empty. Doors had just opened maybe 5 minutes, and I was waiting for sound check. I looked at the bar and my heart drops again. In full construction uniform, Anthony is at the bar holding his hard hat. He is still wearing his work vest and still in work boots. By now, I am freaking out and actually ran into the bathroom to think of what I needed to do. The woman at the bar saw me run into the bathroom and came to check up on me. I asked her about the man in the construction uniform at the bar, and she told me he was really weird. Had arrived an hour before doors opened, and stood outside waiting to come in. He didn't order a drink. He just appeared to be waiting. I asked this woman to get my boyfriend, who was just finishing sound check at this point. I told my boyfriend everything I knew about Anthony. Of course, my boyfriend went to Anthony like a bat out of hell and interrogated him at the bar. Anthony took his hard hat and backpack and left. When the show started, I finally began to relax. My friends were there and I felt a little more protected. I looked beside me and you guessed it. Anthony had changed into regular casual clothes and was standing right beside me. He just stared. I ended up hiding in the green room the entire show, and I left early with my boyfriend. We could not find Anthony after that. My boyfriend asked how Anthony was finding out my whereabouts, especially considering the art gallery trip was only talked about on a Facebook group event. I told him I never added Anthony on Facebook. My profile security settings were on the highest possible. My boyfriend asked if I still had Tandy as a friend on Facebook, and I said yes. I then realized that Anthony was stalking me through Tandy's Facebook account, and I needed to block and delete her. It took a lot to accept that Tandy was not real, had pretended to be my friend, was perhaps even paid by Anthony to gain my trust. That was hard to swallow. I blocked and deleted, quote-unquote, Tandy, and I never saw Anthony at an event ever again. Then my boyfriend started getting strange friend requests on Facebook. One from a fan of his band who lived in Ontario. My boyfriend was initially stoked and had no issue talking to this fan about his music, and possibly making it out to Ontario for a show. But as the conversation went on, he got a bad feeling. More and more, this fan asked my boyfriend about his rose, which was what the fan referred to me as. The fan asked my boyfriend if he would bring his rose to the next show. My boyfriend got wise to this and blocked the fan immediately. He didn't tell me about this fan until a few months later. I happened to be on my boyfriend's computer and noticed him in a Facebook conversation with a girl named Lynn. She was beautiful, blonde, thin, listed as a model and living in a city 3 hours away. I couldn't help myself as the messages started to pile up while I was checking my email. I read my boyfriend's conversation with Lynn and my heart sank. Initially, I thought he was having an affair with her. Lynn was using such sweet language, sending pictures, asking him to meet up, asking if, quote, your Rose would be mad if she found out. I was shaking when I called my boyfriend down and asked him straight up, who the hell is Lynn? My boyfriend said it was Anthony. I didn't believe him until my boyfriend told me about the fan, showed me all the messages, pointed out the location where all these messages were coming from, the same city we lived. Anthony didn't realize at the end of every message it said, sent from blank. Not Ontario, not the nearby city, yet the profiles listed a different city entirely. Lynn had hundreds of friends who ended up being bots from Thailand and India. Lynn used the same style and language as the fan, and I noticed Anthony himself. I ended up creeping Anthony on Facebook and finding out all the information and pictures he was using of Lynn were actually from one of Anthony's mutual friends on Facebook. I found her actual legit profile and everything. Me and my boyfriend blocked and deleted all the accounts. I gave up my blog that I spent over 5 years cultivating and gaining 5,000 followers. Anthony went as far as to find a few listings that my boyfriend had made on Kijiji for various things. I have no idea what that is. Kijiji? Anthony actually contacted my boyfriend and set up a meeting to buy some tools. All was set to go, my boyfriend was going to meet him, until the potential buyer called my boyfriend to ask, "Can I meet you at home?" My boyfriend declined. The potential buyer then asked, "Will your rose be with you?" My boyfriend hung up and deleted all of his Kijiji ads. Anthony must have found them by searching my boyfriend's email. By now I am terrified and have gone to the police, but unless Anthony physically harms or threatens me, nothing can be done. We lived like this for about another year. So by now I have been stalked by Anthony for 2 years. Eventually all the weird stuff just stopped, and I never heard from Anthony ever again. His Tumblr is still active. He still posts foxes, and likes and follows a very particular kink scene with redheads. I haven't seen or heard from him for several years now. My boyfriend is the only one who has ever heard Anthony's actual voice. Anthony, let's never meet again. Knock at the back door. This happened a couple years ago, and I never figured out what the hell was really going on. I was staying with my mom for 2 months over the summer, helping her get settled after my dad passed. She had just moved out of the house I grew up in and into a new suburb. Seemed like a really safe neighborhood, just normal houses and people who mostly kept to themselves. One night, I'm just watching TV in the living room. Mom had gone to bed already. I hear a knock at the back door. Not the front, the back. I just sat there for a second, like, did I actually hear that? Because who knocks on a back door? The porch light was off, so I couldn't see anything. And they weren't knocking again, just dead quiet. Eventually I got up and went to check, flipped the light on, and there's this guy standing there on the back patio. Mid-40s, kinda average looking. Gray hoodie and jeans, hands in his pockets. Just standing there not looking at me, just staring at the ground. I didn't open the door, obviously. I was just like, can I help you? He just had this really creepy demeanor. Took way too long to respond to the question. When he finally looks up, it's real slow. And I don't know, his expression was just off. Kinda blank, but like he was trying really hard to look sober. He smiles at me through the patio door and goes, "Sorry, man, I think I left my jacket here." I just stared at him 'cause, what? I tell him, "You got the wrong house." And then he does this thing where he tilts his head just a little, like a dog, when they hear a weird noise. And he's still smiling, but he doesn't answer, just stands there. After a few seconds, which I swear felt like minutes too long, he finally says, "Oh yeah, okay, my bad," and turns and walks away. I made a huge mistake here by immediately turning off the back light. It didn't click right away, but the house had one of those old wood fence gates that creaks and latches real loud. In the middle of the night, I woke up in a sweat because I just realized I hadn't heard it. I went back and turned on the light, and I could see that it was still closed. You would have had to open it and shut it without me hearing, and I just don't think that could happen. So I try to turn on the porch light to see if anyone was out there, but it doesn't turn on. I sat in the kitchen until the sun came up, just waiting for something to happen. Once it was light out, I went outside and checked the porch light. It had been unscrewed just enough so it wouldn't come on. We called the cops. They came by and looked around. They found that the wood on the front door was chipped up right around where the deadbolt was, as if someone was trying to pry the door open. They also found out from a neighbor that someone had been snooping around the backyard earlier in the day when my mom and I were out shopping. The worst part about this story is that there's no resolution. The guy never came back. Nothing weird ever happened again that my mom has noticed. I eventually had to leave, and she still lives in that house alone. Okay, this next story was posted 4 days ago. Man stalking me on Reddit starts stalking me in real life. And this sounds like an absolute nightmare. A few months ago, I made a very unremarkable post on r/symbology, asking about the meaning of a symbol on a necklace I found. While it seemed like most of the people didn't know what it meant, someone called Stan asked to DM me. Either Reddit or the mods of Symbology hid the comment from the post, because it was really hard for me to find, but he had a simple username, so I searched it and found him. This seems really stupid looking back on it, but I didn't find anything suspicious about him at first, and I just wanted anything resembling an answer as to what the symbol on the necklace was. He told me a bizarre story about how the necklace was an elder sign, and there were only 5 of them made, but one of the 5 owners passed away. It sounded like he was just making it up, but I indulged him and asked him about his crazy story, though I didn't think much of anything about it. I made another post about a month later to RBI, asking about a set of missing person cases I remembered from when I was younger, asking if anyone knew about it. It was completely unrelated to anything I've posted before, but Stan sent me a message about it, saying I should delete the post because it was about an ongoing investigation. He said I should delete the post about the necklace too. All of this seemed super shady to me, since this just happened to be someone who responded to a previous post of mine. I asked him to send me some kind of proof that he was actually someone with authority on this, but he just kept urging me to delete the post, getting more and more aggressive. I ignored him, thinking he just wanted attention, and went on about my life. I'm a cashier at a convenience store, and a few weeks after I stopped messaging Stan, 2 men were buying 2 frozen pizzas. They both looked early to mid-20s, one with blonde hair and one with black hair. I didn't think anything suspicious of this at first, until the black-haired one said, "So, Livian, did anyone else ever tell you what the necklace meant?" I was absolutely stunned. My real name is not Livian. It's been my username on everything since I was a kid, but no one has ever used that name for me in real life. Though I realized one of them must have been Stan. I just pretended to not know what he was talking about, and he said, "Never mind," and paid for his pizzas, and the 2 of them left. I was concerned because I'm not sure exactly how he found me. As I was walking home, I saw the 2 of them in a car, driving on the road next to me, and both of them gave me a brief death stare. I didn't know which one of them was Stan until I saw one of them again. I assumed it was the blonde one, since he was the one who talked to me, but I actually never saw him again. I saw the black-haired one again several times, always standing or walking next to someone, but it was a different person every time. In all of these sightings, Stan never talked to me. He'd just make the same death stare at me, usually talking to whoever he was with. After a while, he walked up to me and talked to me for the first time, asking me if I took down any of my Reddit posts. I feigned ignorance again, but this time he kept pushing. I said, "Dude, leave me alone," and walked away. I hadn't called the police yet because Stan didn't intimidate me that much, and he never seemed hostile. But one day, on the way home from the laundromat, I got a little concerned when I saw the same car behind me for the whole drive home. I got really paranoid when I realized it looked a lot like Stan's car, which I had only seen once. I did 3 left turns, but he seemed to catch on and turned right. When I made it around the block and got home, Stan was parked right in front of the apartment complex, just standing, looking directly at me. I rolled up my windows, pulled out my phone, and dialed 911, He walked up to me and started knocking on my window. The police showed up and talked to him. I don't know what exactly he told them, but they didn't really do anything. They asked if I had any proof of him stalking me before. I showed them his comments and direct messages, but they didn't seem interested. He told them he'd go home and not talk to me, and they seemed satisfied. Thankfully, I haven't seen him again, or any of the people I saw him hanging out with. Okay, I kind of skimmed through this next story a little bit, and it looks very odd. The title definitely caught my attention. Could time travel be a natural phenomenon? My experience in Washington's Cascade Mountains. I have always loved the outdoors. I was fortunate enough to be born in the Great Pacific Northwest, the Western Washington Cascades to be exact. My father and I spent much of my early years of life exploring the mountains, fishing and hunting. There are parts of the Cascades I know like the back of my hand. One of these places is called the Goblin Creek, up the Index Galima Road off Highway 2. When I was a kid, we would drive up there to do some fishing and shooting, but also to collect a specific type of rock that, when cut in half and polished, would resemble a scenic picture of the view of mountains from within a cave. I do not recall the true name of these stones, we just called them picture rocks. My father's friend and neighbor owned an art gallery/mineral shop that used to be a church. If you have ever driven through Startup on your way from Sultan to Gold Bar on Highway 2, you might remember seeing the robot sculpture outside the shop that my dad built. This is the place that we sold the stone for $2 a pound. It was lucrative revenue for a preteen. The walk from the creek where we harvested these rocks to the dirt road wasn't particularly long, but lengthy enough that you could presumably get lost while en route, if one didn't know where to go. In the years we spent at this creek, I had only ever seen 2 other people out there. One was a game warden that heard the gunshots from our target practicing session and tracked us down to make sure everything was fine. The other is the subject of my curiosity. When I was about 14, I distinctly remember hauling a backpack full of these rocks up from the creek to my dad's truck. Along the way, I ran into a man that looked to be about 30 years old. We both appeared to be surprised that we would run into anyone in this rather remote section of the mountains. But as I got closer to this man, he was heading down to the creek, I was heading up to the road. He seemed to grow increasingly more startled, as if he was seeing a ghost. He didn't say anything as I passed. He just stared at me, seemingly trying to figure out the appropriate words to ask me something. After passing him, I remember thinking how much this guy looked like he could be in my family. The similarities were striking. I continued on to the truck, dumped my load of rock off at the truck, and headed back down the river to my dad. When I arrived, I told him about the encounter and asked him if he had seen this man, to which he replied that he hadn't. I have remembered this encounter quite vividly since then. Last year, I was visiting my family in Snohomish and decided to head up to the old Goblin Creek for nostalgic purposes. It had been about 15 years since I was last up there. Along the way up there, I found out that the Index Galima Road had apparently washed out years before. Luckily, I knew of another way up there via Jack Pass. I found the dirt road and parked where my dad used to park, and proceeded to walk through the woods down to the creek. As I was about halfway through the woods, I was startled to see someone else coming up from the creek. A boy, about 14 years old. He was wearing a backpack that looked to be burdened by heavy weights. As we got closer, I began to get increasingly confused and shocked, as the boy looked exactly like I did at his age. I meant to say something to him as he passed, but could not figure out the right words to express what I was thinking at that moment. He passed me and kept going. I walked a little ways and finally stopped when it really all hit me. I remembered the encounter from my teenage years and realized I had just lived the other half of the experience. Both the man and the boy were me, roughly 15 years removed. I turned around to catch up to the boy in the thick western Washington woods. I ran all the way back up to the road where my truck was to find nothing. There wasn't anywhere else besides the road for him to go to, and I hadn't stalled so long as to not be able to catch up to him. He was simply gone. Curiosity got the best of me, so I hurried down to the creek, half expecting to find my dad fishing on the bank, 15 years younger, but found nobody. I ended up going home and deciding that this experience was too unbelievable to tell even my friends and family. I just wanted to get this out there to the wonderful Reddit community to see what others think, and hopefully to see if anyone else has had this type of experience as well. This next story is titled The Weirdo at McDonald's, aka The Day I Lost Some of My Innocence. When I was growing up, my dad and I lived with my grandparents. My parents had me while they were teenagers, and my dad got full custody because he lived with my grandparents, and my mom was just living with random friends, going from house to house every few weeks. I was the daughter my grandparents never had, and they doted on me. When I was 6, my grandpa passed away from cancer. This story takes place about 5 months after he passed away. This was, I believe, a Saturday, and my dad was at work. My gram decided to take me to McDonald's for lunch, and I, like any 6-year-old, I was really excited. So we got to the McDonald's that was about 1.5 miles from our house, order our lunch, and sit down at a table to eat. At the time, we were the only ones eating inside. About 10 minutes after we sit down, a scraggly-looking man walks in, orders a meal, and sits down at the table diagonally in front of us to the left. The area we lived in was middle and upper middle class, so this guy looked pretty out of place. Graham had her back to him, but I could see him perfectly. This man was at least in his mid-50s, with really wiry, scraggy, and dirty white hair and a beard. He had on blue shorts and a white t-shirt, also kind of dirty, and sandals. It's amazing. This happened 21 years ago, and I can remember it like it was yesterday. So, I noticed that, under the table, this man had something dark pink and wrinkly on his lap, and he kept glancing at me and rubbing it every few seconds. In kindergarten, we learned about stranger danger and good touch, bad touch, and learned which parts of our body people weren't supposed to touch. It clicked in my 6-year-old head that this man was not supposed to have that out like that, nor doing what he was doing. I got really queasy and nervous. I didn't want to tell my gram right then and there, because I thought the man would hurt us. If my dad had been there, I would have said something, because my dad was my hero and could take on anybody. Instead, I put my Happy Meal box in front of my face so my view of this guy would be blocked. I had about half of my food left, but had lost my appetite. Graham asked me if I was full, and I just nodded yes. I was, and still am, very petite, so not finishing a full meal was nothing new for me. She asked me if I wanted to go play in the play area before he left, but I just shook my head and quietly said, I want to go home. Graham cleared our table and we left. When we got home, I was still really nervous and I felt like I was going to throw up. Graham asked me, "What's the matter, Munchkin?" Her pet name for me. And I started crying and told her about the man at the McDonald's and what I saw. My Graham didn't panic or freak or get hysterical. She just hugged me and said, "It's all right, go on to your room and play and I'll take care of it." She wiped my tears, gave me a blueberry Kool-Aid burst, and told our dog, Patches, to go to my room with me, which she did. After I was out of earshot, Graham called the McDonald's and told them about the guy. He was still there. The manager told Graham he'd take care of it and call her back. An hour later, the manager calls back and tells Graham they called the police, who showed up in record time and arrested the guy. When the police told the man to stand up, his frank and beans were still hanging out of his shorts. The manager also told Graham that she could bring me back for a month's worth of coupons for free Happy Meals. I have another story about a weirdo that happened a few years later, and this time my dad was there. And believe me, what my dad did to him was not pretty, but that's a story for another time. This story is titled 24 Hours of My Life Are Missing. I'll Never Know What Happened. Back in 2011, I was 21 years old, fresh out of university and living in the capital of the Philippines, Manila, for some months. I interned at a peace building in Geo, while also playing semi-professional football, soccer, in the country's national league. A strange combo, but both roles are relevant to the story. My experience starts one rainy Saturday afternoon in November. Football was canceled with a waterlogged pitch, but already downtown on my way to training, I decided to visit a fruit market listed in my Lonely Planet guide. This was pre-ubiquitous Google Maps days, at least in Manila. I must have looked lost, as two Filipino women, one middle-aged, one early 20s, approached me from behind, raising their umbrella over my head and asking where I was headed. After some friendly chit-chat, it came to pass, without my prompting, that they had lived in the same neighborhood that I'm from in London, England. A strange coincidence, and one that lowered my guard. They offered to take me to a better fruit market, one that required a taxi to reach. Naive, trusting, and nervous about offending, I got in this taxi, leading me through the winding, maze-like back streets of a Manila slum. We exit, and I'm utterly lost in an unfamiliar part of this sprawling city. Remember, this is pre-Google Maps and ride-sharing apps, leaving me at the mercy of these women. They plead with me to come into their nondescript, low-rise home for food and drink. My youthful naivety and reluctance to offend once again got the better of me. Whether due to trauma or time, I really can't remember what the inside of this place looked like, but I do remember it was dingy, had a TV with karaoke hooked up, and there was a man waiting when we arrived. Realizing what a sketchy situation I was in, I was conscious of anything they gave me to drink, watching them open the beer bottles in front of me. A couple of drinks in, the karaoke was flowing. I felt physically fine, but deeply uncomfortable, vulnerable and trapped, and was waiting for the opportunity to leave. A tray of barbecue meat was brought out. Always associating drugging with drink, not food, I had very little concern over eating it. The naivety of this would become instantly apparent. Putting this pork into my mouth, it had a strange medicinal flavor, but it would be too late before I connected the dots. My final memory that day was the younger woman, uncomfortably close to me, holding a microphone and flirtatiously singing the chorus of Hey Jude by the Beatles, while I drifted off, unable to keep my eyes open. I have virtually no memory of the next 24 hours of my life. I would wake up in a darkened room in the middle of the night, 1,000 kilometers south of Manila, in a city called Davao. To be clear, this Davao trip was one that I had previously scheduled for work, leaving the day after this incident. Still, to this day, all I remember of the journey is waking up and seconds of sitting in a taxi on my way to the airport. I passed through customs, boarded a plane, collected my baggage, met my colleagues, and was driven to our work office/apartment. All with zero memory of doing any of this. My colleagues didn't suspect anything was wrong with me, mentioning later that I just seemed tired. It took some hours after waking up to piece together where I was and what had occurred. $200 had been withdrawn from my bank account, but I still had my wallet and phone. While I can't be certain, I concluded that I had been fed a drug popular in the Philippines called Ativan. I read similar stories of people being spiked, functioning relatively normally, becoming pliable, but having no memory of the incident. This would explain how I withdrew $200 while seemingly unconscious. To this day, I feel deeply uncomfortable at what may have occurred after I passed out, particularly with the behavior from the younger woman towards me just before I passed out. But those 24 hours of my life are gone, and I'll never know what happened. To the 2 women in Manila who drugged and robbed me, let's not meet. Now it's time for some creepy Reddit stories. And this first one comes from r/creepy encounters. Did I spend the night in a house with a murderer? Let me preface this by saying in my early 20s, I was a complete disaster, and admittedly made a lot of poor choices. Luckily, I survived, and now I have a treasure trove of interesting stories to tell. When I was 21, I found myself without a place to live. On the first night, I went to a bar where a friend was performing stand-up comedy. I started drinking at probably 2 p.m., so I was pretty gone by the time a creepy man enters the picture. Creepy man was a friend of the guy performing stand-up comedy. The 4 of us hang out at the bar until closing. I mentioned to creepy man that I don't have a place to stay, and he invites us all over to spend the night. Creepy man was a decade plus older than the rest of us, and was breaking out into shamanic chants all night long. But a bed is a bed, right? We arrive at his place, smoke weed and drink for a while, and then my friend dips out for the night. Me and the other guy continue to hang out with creepy man until I pass out on the couch. I wake up in the morning and I'm alone. Creepy man gets up soon after and brings out some women's clothes in my size for me to change into. I thank him and pick out an outfit. Then we talk more about my situation, and he offers for me to stay there as long as I need. He tells me a story about losing his wife and kids, and tells me I remind him of his daughter. We spend the day together. We meet up with a schizophrenic guy collecting rocks that he knows. We split a meal at Burger King. Then we go back to his house. He wants help doing dishes, so of course I help. At this point, he lets me know that the water is shut off, so he has to go get water out of his neighbor's spigot. This is when I start to get suspicious, and it's dawning on me that he is homeless and squatting. It's getting late, and I am an hour outside of the city, so I decide to spend the night and peace out in the morning. He says I can stay in the spare bedroom, and lets me wash up with a bucket of water before bed. I'm in the bathroom and hear him pacing in the hallway, talking to himself, saying something to the effect of, "I'm not going to do it. Don't get any ideas." At this point, I am creeped out and my heart is pounding. I leave the bathroom expecting him to be standing there with a knife, but he's not. He tells me I'm safe, and how he's not going to try anything with me, because I remind him of his daughter. I smile and he shows me to the bedroom. As we enter the room, he says something like, "Don't be scared of the blood. It's just from homeless men that got in a fight." My heart drops, but I politely say goodnight and shut the door, locking it. I can't remember if it was a bunk bed or not, but either way, I remember staring up at a large blood stain above, where the bed is. At this point, I'm 90% sure I am going to be murdered, and trying to figure out how to get out of this situation. Creepy guy is still outside, pacing around and talking to himself. I decide to wait it out until morning, when buses are running again. So I open the window and take off the screen part. I turn off the lights. I stay fully dressed with my shoes on and keep my bag right next to me in bed. I lay there all night prepared to fight and escape at any moment. Luckily, dawn breaks and I'm still alive. So I sneak out of the house and catch a bus back to town. He texts me throughout the day asking when I'm coming back, and I ghost him. Haven't seen him since, but I occasionally wonder what was going on with that dude, and how close I truly was to being murdered, or at least assaulted. Okay, next story. I'm scared my friend is a future serial killer. I don't know if this sub is the most suitable place for this post, but I don't know what to do. So I'm just hoping to vent and hope for advice. My encounters with this individual, who I will call Ben, began in November 2024 in school. He was a friend of one of my friends, Tom, and eventually we became part of the same friend group. I have always found Ben a bit creepy, which seemed to be the school population's general view towards him. However, once we began regularly socializing, I began to feel bad for my presumptions. That was until we were added to a WhatsApp group chat. That was when things started to turn. First, it was the mindless, constant images of gore he would send involving torture victims and murdered children. I don't know if these images were real, but they made me very uncomfortable to the point I asked him to stop, to which I was told to take a joke and stop being a pussy. This was followed by messages where he stated he had killed a cat, along with sick fantasies involving people I knew. I wasn't sure if Ben was just your average edgelord, which was my other friend's attitude, but something didn't seem right. Then one Saturday, I was alone Christmas shopping in my town, when I noticed Ben standing down the road from me, just staring directly at me. I waved at him awkwardly, to which he just stared, before walking casually down a side street. For the rest of the trip, every time I turned, Ben was just standing, staring at me at a distance. I eventually just gave up shopping and went home pissed. I had texted him about it, to which he just stated he didn't know what I was talking about. Then in school on lunch, Ben and another friend, Jack, convinced me to come with them to the forest behind our school, with another friend, Zach. It was stupid, I know, but I was bored, and was accompanied anyway. We started getting deeper in, and Ben was becoming weird. He was laughing, and kept repeating, "Closer, closer." Eventually both me and Zach agreed it was creepy and off-putting, and we returned. Ben seemed pissed. When he and Jack returned, however, we asked why they wanted us to go further. He responded he wanted to set a fire and show us. After this, I distanced myself and left the group chat, though eventually I was re-added. While on my hiatus from the group, Ben attacked Tom with a homemade blade. I believe it was a razor from a sharpener. In school, resulting with a wound near his wrist, and this resulted in Ben being expelled from school. However, no legal action was taken. It's now been a month, and I was re-added to the group chat to find that Ben has been sending graphic self-harm photos and talking about his hatred for his family, blaming them for his misfortune. I'm worried he genuinely gives killer vibes, but perhaps I'm just being paranoid. I often wonder about that time in the forest and in the town plaza. Anyways, thanks for reading. Should I be concerned, or am I just overreacting? I sometimes worry that Ben knows where I live and isn't far away. Yeah, this kid is not overreacting. This kid is going to kill someone. Or maybe lots of people. Or at least try. That's the vibes I'm getting. This kid should absolutely be reported to the FBI. Next story. My roommate wanted to harm me. I just escaped a situation I truly feel could have turned deadly. A few weeks ago, I was looking for a room to rent on an app that I thought was safe. My first mistake. I found a room within my budget, and a man named Rashid was renting it. At first, he seemed like a safe guy. There was consistent texting, which I initially thought was because he wanted to get to know me before moving in. Now, looking back, he was asking me personal details, and details about my cat and his shots. After this whole situation, I truly feel he was gathering information to use to hurt me in some way. I'll be attaching the escalation of harassing text messages, a few examples, though there are many. Here's where things start to get concerning. Upon moving my stuff in, the behavior started like this. I have a big supply of medication for my mental health in a drawer in the room I rented. He admitted to me he went through my medication and researched everything. He started texting me daily, texts calling me baby and his virtual girlfriend. I tried correcting him and my texts went ignored, and he continued with sending texts complimenting on my looks and asking invasive questions. He was insistent on buying me things and started showering me with food and gifts. I did say no, but he ignored me and kept buying me things. I initially thought he was just being nice. He told me through text one time that he moved me in with an ulterior motive, and while I was looking for housing, he was looking for a live-in girlfriend. At this time, he starts calling me his temporary girlfriend. I was terrified at this point and started feeling the danger I was in. He would knock on my door constantly and just stand there and stare at me with a blank stare. I was in such shock, and my next move was to ask family for emergency help with funds, because I paid rent and had no money. They helped me and I got the money to move. He knocked on my door and told me he is obsessed with me and can't stop thinking about me. He texted me angry that I was rude and was swearing at me. He kept asking me if I trusted him and if I thought he was harassing me. He texted me saying his behavior was escalating and he's having a hard time controlling himself, that he needs help. I saw knives in his room. I have to walk through his to get to the kitchen. I also saw a huge new storage bin, big enough to fit a body. He knew I was leaving, and he kept letting my cat out and texting me saying to cancel the car I rented and to come get my cat. I called the police to help escort me to get my stuff, but they took hours to come. So I asked Rashid to bring out all of my stuff. I stayed outside and glad I did, because at one point he said, "What if I don't want you to leave?" He waits until my cat is the only thing left to bring down, and then keeps asking for a kiss after explaining to him several times I'm not interested. To keep the peace and to get my cat, I said I would hug him. I was terrified when I left. I truly think he was planning to harm me, and I am truly lucky to be alive. I'm attaching photos of examples of our conversation. Safe to say, I will not be renting random rooms, and will get my own apartment now. Apparently the OP couldn't figure out how to upload photos of the text messages, proving that they lived with this creeping man, so unfortunately we don't get to read those. I'm not following you. I take a walk every morning as a part of my waking up routine. This morning, towards the beginning of my walk, I pass a man who asks me something. He is slightly too close to me, but not enough to make me uncomfortable. Just enough that I don't want to slow down or have a listen to what he has to say. I have my earphones in as well, and don't take them out, but hear enough that he had asked for the time. Without breaking my stride, I glance at my watch, say 7:30, and keep walking. If he said anything else, I didn't hear. About 20 minutes or half an hour later, well far away from the first time I came across this guy, that same guy walks up from behind, again too close to me, to ask for the time. I tell him at that point to get away from me, stop following me, and that I already gave him the time. That escalates things immediately, because he shoots back. Why? Is it because I'm black? I respond, no, it's because he approached me about a mile away with the same question. He says he lives in the neighborhood. So I say, fine, but please stop following me. He denies following me and calls me a ching chong bitch and yells for me to go back to China as I cross the street to put more distance between us. This guy follows me across the street and keeps following me as I cross back over. At this point, I'm yelling for him to get away from me and stop following me, and he's repeating the same lines about being black and hurling racial slurs at me. I'm getting worried that while there are people out at 8 a.m. either walking their kids to school or going to work, no one's going to step up because of the bystander effect. After I cross the street for a second time, he gets right in my face, yelling about how he's not following me. I have my back against an apartment complex, and I'm getting worried that things are going to get physical, when a tall woman with pink hair walks up. I don't remember what she said, but I at some point confirmed to her that he wasn't leaving me alone. She's about the same height as this guy, and starts to yell for him to stop following me. He is now being badgered by her, and he's also yelling back the same denials about not following me, being from the neighborhood, and accusing that this is all because he's black. Thanks to my lady savior, I'm able to break away. A couple that was exiting their apartment who witnessed all of this ask if I'm alright, which I say yes without stopping. I walk half a neighborhood block down to duck through an alley. As I'm walking down the alley, checking the entire time to make sure that guy's not following me, I see the woman with the pink hair has disengaged and is walking off. I'm so glad it didn't escalate for her, and feel bad for not being able to thank her for her help. I take a circuitous route home, looking behind my shoulders every once in a while. I found out my neighbor was living in my attic for months. So I guess the wildest thing I've ever experienced happened last year, and I still don't know how to explain it without sounding like I'm making it up. But here goes. It started with these little things going missing. I live alone in a pretty quiet neighborhood, so I figured I was just forgetful. A protein bar here, a sock there, whatever. Then my TV would be on a different input than I left it. Nothing huge. Just enough to make me second guess myself. The weirdest part, I'd hear these faint bumps in the ceiling sometimes. I chalked it up to raccoons or whatever. My house is old. Stuff creaks. But then one night I came home late from work, and I could swear I saw a shadow move past the vent opening in the hallway ceiling. I told myself I was tired, imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling. So I set up one of those cheap motion sensor cameras I bought off Amazon, pointed it straight at the attic access panel in the hallway. 2 nights later, I got a notification at 2:17 a.m. Motion detected. I opened the clip and my stomach dropped. There was a person climbing down from the attic, like full on quietly stepping down the ladder, looking around, and heading into my kitchen. I froze. I was in the house at the time that clip was taken. I called the cops immediately, locked myself in my room with a bat, freaking out, while they did a full sweep. They found no one at first, but when they checked the attic, there was a little setup up there. A sleeping bag, some snacks, a small camping stove, empty water bottles. Someone had clearly been living up there. The person was my neighbor's grown son, who apparently had some drug issues, and got kicked out a while back. He broke in when I was on vacation a few months earlier, and just never left. He'd sneak down at night to grab food or watch TV. He got arrested. I moved out 3 weeks later. I still have trouble sleeping in total silence, because now every creak makes me think someone's crawling around above me. Out of all the people that could have been crawling around in this person's attic space, I'm glad it was someone that didn't want to do any harm. because if it was someone that wanted to do harm, they easily could have. This next story sounds like something I definitely would have read. After skimming through it, I'm 99% sure that I haven't. It's very possible that I have with the amount of upvotes, but maybe it's just familiar because I know this case pretty well. Either way, this is a verified story about a very real event, and it's titled A Close Call at Virginia Tech. I've had a lot of bad luck in my life when it comes to violent encounters with the wrong sort of people, though unfortunately this wasn't the first incident, and far from the last. Graduating from a relatively prestigious, still public, sorta high school with an emphasis in engineering, I decided without much thought to pursue a degree in engineering in college. In the end, I gained admission to Virginia Tech and headed off to Southwest Virginia in August of 2006. Long story short, it was a big and somewhat difficult adjustment, and it wasn't going quite as well as I would have liked. As an interesting aside, on the very first day of classes, in fact, in my very first college class ever, one of the school staff stuck their heads in the door and told us that classes were canceled for the day, and that we should head back to our dorms and stay there, because there may have been a shooter on campus. Wait, what? It turns out that there had been an inmate at the local hospital in town, and he had killed a security guard in order to escape, and the authorities believed he might head to campus to blend in with the thousands of students. I remember he was caught, but I don't think he was on the campus. I honestly can't remember that part, but it was kind of a weird way to start college. No huge deal though, right? Well, more like a very small dress rehearsal for what was to come later. Anyway, fast forward to 8 months later, mid-April. I woke up Monday in my dorm room in Cochran Hall at about 7:30, if memory serves. Looking out my window to the northeast, I could see across the courtyard to West Ambler Johnston, and down in the courtyard below was an ambulance. Now, you have to understand that Virginia Tech is a huge school. When I went there in 2006 through 2007, there was something like 26,000 students in attendance. Because the school is located in a rural area, they provided basic medical services and EMS on campus. With this many kids running around, getting drunk, forgetting to take meds, taking too many meds, having epilepsy, diabetic attacks, etc., it wasn't super uncommon to see an ambulance on campus, so I didn't think much of it. I did check my campus email to make sure everything was okay, and in the absence of any warnings about anything, I pulled some clothes and shoes on and shuffled over to D2, a huge buffet-style dining hall, to get some chow before my French class at 9 a.m. Loved their apple fritters and $1.70 breakfast. Having accomplished this, I proceeded across campus to Holden Hall, which is basically the east wing of a bigger building. The west wing of the building is called Norris Hall. French class started, and I think we were talking about Sarkozy and the upcoming French elections, when we started hearing the weird sounds of the PA system outside. The week before had included some minor disruptions to our schedule in the form of prank bomb scares, and we figured some idiot was at it again. No big deal. Boy, were we wrong. About 5 minutes later, we see some cop cars pull up outside. And about a minute after that, we see more cop cars pull up, along with a big van. And out of the van come several men dressed in full black body armor, with what look like M16s. So maybe not a bomb scare anymore. At this point, our instructor was having some trouble keeping us focused on our lesson anymore, and sort of allowed us to watch what was going on. And someone said we should turn on the TV and see if there was any information on the news. The information wasn't totally clear from the TV, but it seemed that someone had shot 8 people on campus. And I remember us talking and saying that there was no way it was that many people. At this point, I decided I should call my mother. I whipped out my phone, not caring that we were still in class, and dialed her up at work. Thankfully, she answered. "Hey, Mom, are you watching the news right now?" "No, I'm at work." "I know, you should probably turn it on, but I wanted to let you know that I'm okay before the phone stopped working." I recalled from after 9/11 that everyone and their mother was trying to call loved ones that day. so the cell grid was basically overloaded, and most calls wouldn't go through. And I assumed the same thing was about to happen here, even if nothing had actually happened. The grid did go down later. I said goodbye and also called my friend Allie to make sure she was okay, especially since she lived in the same building that I'd seen the ambulance at earlier. She was fine, and I went back to watching the news. It came to light at this point that there had apparently been more than one shooting incident at the school, at Allie's building, West AJ, and now at Norris Hall, which we'd already figured out on our own. Looking out the window at the ever-growing sea of cop cars below us on Drillfield Drive, and on the field itself, we suddenly hear outside the windows from the other end of the building, crack, crack, crack. We all looked at each other, and suddenly this was way more serious. This was real. People were being shot inside our building. At this point, we decided that maybe we should be a little more proactive about our safety. We turn the lights off, turn the TV off, and start rearranging the furniture in the room to block the door. Though, admittedly, the makeshift barricade probably wouldn't have stopped a really determined person from getting inside since the door had frosted glass on its upper half, instead of being solid. We figured that this is better than nothing, though, and sit down on the floor near the front of the room, talking to each other in hushed tones. After about 15 minutes, we hear footsteps outside the room. Everyone freezes and no one makes a sound. I remember looking up from the floor towards the door, wondering if this was it. Is this how I die? A few seconds later, we hear a tap on the door and a deep voice. This is Deputy so-and-so of thus and such Sheriff's Department. Stay where you are. Leave your lights off and stay quiet. We'll be back for you as soon as we can. This was not a member of either the campus police or the Blacksburg police. But from looking out the window, we already knew that there were cops from everywhere within driving distance. We all look around at each other in solemn silence. We'd all just been thinking the same thing before the deputy had spoken. Thankfully, he hadn't asked us to open the door, because I don't think anyone would have even gotten up from where they were sitting. We stayed down and quiet for a couple more hours. I can't really remember what it was we talked about while I was there since we were all so keyed up. It's been a long time waiting, and then we hear footsteps again outside the door. This time we saw evidence of who the man was before he spoke. A gold badge pressed up against the frosted glass assured us that what we heard was legitimate. This is Deputy so-and-so again. It's time to go. We all quietly got up and grabbed our backpacks. A couple of guys in the class, myself included, started pulling the tables away from the door as quickly and quietly as we could, and then we cracked the door. I think on some level, all of us expected that this was a trick. But when we opened the door, standing a few feet away was a sheriff's deputy in uniform, with his sidearm drawn and held at his side. He held his finger up to his lips, indicating we should be quiet, and he dropped his voice to a whisper. You're going to walk downstairs as quietly as you can. There are 2 more cops by the door outside. They know you're coming. Just walk straight outside and don't stop. He nodded at us, and we started making our way downstairs. He got on his radio and signaled, students coming out. When we got out to the midway landing, we could see the front door cracked and a cop peering in. Walking up to the door, he opened it wider to let us pass. And as he did, he looked straight at us and said quietly, but very seriously after signaling on his radio, "Run." Walking out that door into the morning light, I was greeted by a sight I will never forget. I have never seen so many cop cars in one place in my entire life. And honestly, I hope I never have cause to again. There were easily 200 or 300 Crown Vics, and a smattering of additional vans, trucks, and command center vehicles, crowding every inch of space, starting about 100 feet from that door. In front of those vehicles stood a phalanx of at least 40 officers, armed with M16s and even a couple of MP5s, directly in our path. As soon as we were outside, the several cops to the left and right of this formation waved at us, in an unmistakable gesture of "move your ass." We ran off to the left of the cops with big guns, over Drillfield Drive and onto the drill field itself, and didn't stop until we were almost to the other side. I read the news online after I got to my dorm. MSNBC had something at the bottom of an article that said something like, "If you have any information about this, please contact us at generic corporate email address." Thinking little of it, I emailed them with my contact info, and within 10 minutes, my phone absolutely blew up. I was beset with interview requests and questions from at least 20 different people, and actually arranged to meet their news crew down at the inn, the on-campus hotel, that evening. I ended up doing 2 national interviews, one on Scarborough County and another with Geraldo Rivera, who was kind of self-absorbed but was cool enough to order us pizza and sit with us while we ate before the interview. The second with my 2 friends who had agreed to accompany me down to the circus that the inn had become. I did a few more for some local radio stations and some print news before deciding that I'd had quite enough for the day, and went to my dorm to get some sleep. I hadn't really been sold on the whole college experience up until that point, but strangely enough, if anything, the whole experience seemed to bring me and my friends closer together for the last month at school. Luckily for me, no one I knew was hurt beyond a friend of a friend breaking his leg badly from jumping out the window from Professor Levu Libresco's classroom. Check this guy out, an engineering professor who survived the Holocaust, and as his final act held the door of his classroom shut to give his students time to escape. He died at the scene, but was really a hero. And one guy I didn't know from my art history class was killed. The rest of the tragedy is part of the public record. I'm sad to say that I left Virginia Tech after that year for completely unrelated reasons, and always missed it. But I still talk to my friends from that first year, and I miss both the place and their company. Virginia Tech seems to have had a horrible patch of bad luck starting in 2006 and lasting for a few years, also including a really gruesome beheading in a dining hall, an accidental death, and a suicide. Both guys went out of upper story windows. A close call with carbon monoxide poisoning for the entire cheerleading team at the inn, all in the year following the big shooting. They also had a couple who were attending the school abducted and murdered a few years ago. But IIRC had happened farther north in the state, I think near Charlottesville. Luckily, I never experienced any of that. I think I'd fulfilled my quota of random bad luck at least for a while. So obviously this person's perspective is about the Virginia Tech mass shooting on April 16th, 2007, which killed 32 people and wounded 17 others, and to this day is the deadliest school shooting in U.S. history. At the time, it was the deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history, but that has since been surpassed. The mass murderer was an undergraduate student of creative writing at the university and died by suicide after police breached the doors of Virginia Tech's Norris Hall. And apparently, the shooter had locked the doors to this dorm with big chains to prevent people from escaping. And this is a photo that the OP took at the time while he and his classmates were hiding out in the classroom during the shooting. This next story is pretty recent, and it's titled Shady Teenage Best Friend. Honestly, I can be a paranoid person, but I knew this was a little too far. I had this friend. Being an awkward teenager in a small town, it was hard to make friends, at least any with the same interests as me. We had a new student, and most people wanted to be his friend. Decently attractive guy, artsy, and pretty introverted. Most girls were trying to hit on him, but I just wanted to be his friend. He never really talked to anyone, but I never thought of that as weird. I mean, most teenagers are like that. We ended up being friends. This led me to do some semi-risky things for about 2 years. From going to places we shouldn't be going, shoplifting, substances, and other stupid shit. He was into all this spooky-like stuff, from animations, music, etc. I thought it was kinda cool, all dark and mysterious. Meant to be all ominous. He kept journals on journals of random things, nothing I was allowed to see. He had a few drawings of random cult-like figures, saying he wanted to create his own fake cult. After a while, I figured out he was not in the right headspace, from being in and out of mental health specialists to distant parents. I was also a teen who struggled, but something definitely changed. Begging me to go 5 hours out of town at 3 a.m., trying to get me to sneak out with him, even after I said no, how we would be back by morning. Just getting more and more reckless. Also, one time he went to an abandoned shed. Well, it definitely was not abandoned. We found pictures of dead animals and other hunting gear. He seemed a little too fascinated, and I just wanted to get the hell out of there. That was probably a point when things got weird. He would start to ask me to come collect dead animals off the street with him. I was not down with that, though. I tried to keep an open mind. Maybe it was taxidermy. After a while, I had a feeling it was not. And if it was a little excessive. One day, I found multiple bleach buckets of dead animals that had been in there for weeks on end. It smelled, it was gross, and frankly terrifying. I did not speak to him after that. Later, he ended up asking to be friends again. I said no. After that, I have only heard of him going to a mental hospital. So, to the teenage best friend, I hope you got better. But let's not meet again. Okay, pressuring you to sneak out of your house, even when you say no, is definitely a red flag. But collecting animal bones, I don't see that as a red flag necessarily. I have some animal bones that I've found and cleaned off. And hey, at least he was cleaning them off. If he was just keeping them raw and decaying, that would be mega red flag. Super weird and gross. Next story. I genuinely think I grew up nearby a cult. Hi, here's a weird thing to explain. As a kid, I used to know these children nearby me, who lived in a farm very far away. There were dozens of them, and they lived in extreme poverty. There are no words to describe the poverty they lived in. They had no shoes. The first time they saw a television was at my house. They worked at a local place for cents a day, and they wore the same clothes every day. They couldn't read or write. I remember they used to show up nearby the village I was in, even though they told me that they lived very far away. Eventually, the locals got sick of these people and began to harass the children when they entered. However, I was friends with them for a long time. Most of our interactions were good. I was friends with 2 boys. I was pretty young, but never tried to judge them. I remember people making fun of them for being very infantile despite being older than me by a few years at the minimum. I remember giving them a collection of cents I had, and they acted like I had saved their life. I knew they were very poor. I remembered them recently and asked my older brother if he remembers too, and he told me something that genuinely made my stomach drop. He asked me if they're the ones who danced naked in the woods at night to no music. I literally was so confused, and I asked him to elaborate, and he told me his girlfriend at the time caught them doing that, and recorded it on her phone to show him. I remember distinctly that I was told that the people on that farm had stolen an airplane, and that they lived in it. I did not believe them, but I later learned the plane was recovered. I was really interested, so I googled where the plane was supposedly found. The address and what I saw genuinely haunts me. The quote-unquote farm where these children lived was a literal scrapyard. It contained some very broken ruins of a farmhouse that was once on the property. I remembered these children telling a child me that they did not believe in being documented. Although at the time I didn't understand well, I think they may have been hinting that they believe in commune lifestyle. They didn't believe in the government or last names. They had dozens of siblings, and there were many adults and children, supposedly living on the property. But surely nobody could live somewhere like that. The woods that they danced in, according to my brother, is very strange. There are a few inlets as it is by the sea, and the main trail leads to there. My brother and his girlfriend were out there late at night for the purpose of sex. And walking along the trail, the old man who ran the pub was in the woods at night, in a uniform of some kind, or maybe a suit. He asked what they were up to, and my brother said they were going on a walk, feeling very guilty and embarrassed. He told my brother not to walk on the trail, and to go another way, because it would disturb the bats in the trees, which had diseases or something akin to that. These woods were massive and owned by a very rich family, who basically owned the entire village and rented out to others. My brother was walking out for an hour into the woods with his girlfriend via phone flashlight, and he stumbled into a ditch where the ground had been replaced with sand of some kind, and there were, according to my brother, nailed dolls to trees. He told me there were gollywogs and other fabric dolls just nailed to the trees. They looked like they had sat there for decades. They ran out of the area, and the man who owned the pub was still there hours later where he was before. It's interesting to note this village had a 100% white population. Anyway, after remembering and learning all of this, I decided to do some digging, and I found an article about the farm, which to me confirmed its existence. However, what made my stomach drop again was that this farm was listed as a fake address that did not exist. The article was about human trafficking raid regarding children. The man in the article was listed as illiterate and unable to comprehend numbers. What's even weirder is that the locals in my village started saying these kids stole everything, including my brother, who admitted he just wanted a new bike, and he had the old one hidden. My mother's friend later confirmed in her that he started this rumor against these children to push them away, because he was a psychologist and did not like seeing them working a small job for sins, as it was child labor and exploitative. Eventually, nobody, including my friends who currently live in this village, ever saw these people again. My brother described them as being excommunicated. I just wanted to share this story because it's extremely strange and unnerving to remember that this was going on with people I was friends with as a kid. There's so many weirder things as well that I was told or remember. Wow, I really want to know what cult this specifically was, or what was going on here. Because I know semi-recently there was a quote-unquote cult busted for basically having kids do forced labor, which sounds like what was going on here. And the children also couldn't read or write, weren't getting an education. So that definitely has a lot of similarities to this story. But unfortunately, OP does not know exactly what sort of thing was going on here, and if it was indeed a cult. Next story. Beware of small towns in Florida. This is a long time ago, late 90s. When I was 19, I moved from Oregon to Florida to be with my boyfriend at the time. Don't ever do that. I was thinking white sand beaches and Mickey Mouse, but instead I got the swamp, bugs, and dirt roads. It was a huge shock to the system. We lived in this dinky little town called Hawthorne, just outside of Gainesville. Don't ever go there. Very small, 1 stoplight and 4 stores. Dollar General, Steve's Market, Eckerd's Pharmacy, and Sonny's Barbecue. Whoopee. Anyway, I got a job at the now defunct Eckerd's in the middle of town. It was next to the grocery store, so everyone shopped there. After about 3 months or so working there, I walked in to start my shift one day, and the manager pulled me into his office. Laid out on his desk was about 30 to 40 open letters, all addressed by hand, to me. "Do you know this person?" my manager asked. "No." "Read one." So I picked the cheerful yellow one. Inside were 2 handwritten letters and a magazine cut out of a woman with long blonde hair, just like me. As the Eckerd manager watched on, I read the letter. I skipped around a lot out of confusion, desperately trying to find out why I'm in this room. From what I read, it was mostly someone imagining what spending time with me would be like. A lot of it was sexual in nature. There were descriptions and comments about my hair, washing it, smelling it, and something about the moonlight. A few sentences were highlighted, others were underlined. My first thought was, am I getting fired? Quote, "Do you know this David Elrod?" Hair. I said, "Yes, I think so." The tall, lanky guy with thick glasses and frizzy dark blonde hair. The regular who comes in a couple times a week to pick up Diet Coke and medication for his mom. Late 20s and obviously socially or mentally challenged. On rare occasions, he would make small talk as I rang up his soda. Once or twice, he would linger at my register or stare at me. But I figured he was just trying to adjust his eyes or had poor social cues. Harmless compared to some of the other people I had met in Florida. So I didn't pay him any mind. Until that day in the Eckerd's office. I knew he wrote the letters because of a strange encounter 2 weeks earlier. While working, he came up behind me and caressed my hair. I had to remove it from his hands and he apologized. Weird. No harm, I went back to work. After telling my manager this, he informed me that the customer was going to be banned from the store, and I was being sent home while they worked out the details. What details? Confused, I walked out of the store and drove home. Strange. 2 hours after I got home from my non-shift at work, there's a knock on my door. I looked out the window and see what resembles a SWAT team. What the fuck? I saw men in tactical gear with large weapons, 2 men dressed in suits, and several uniformed cops. In what seemed like slow motion at the time, I opened the door. A female officer holds up a few oddly familiar letters. Can we come in and talk to you about these? Realizing everyone in town has read the letters, I wanted to pass the fuck out. I don't even know the guy. We have a seat on my couch and she begins to speak. Out of the corner of my eye, I see my boyfriend shooting me dirty looks from the bedroom. The female officer mentions getting the letters from Eckerd's and attempting to issue a trespassing notice. They wanted to speak to him directly, she says, because her whole department is aware of David. The officers confronted him at his residence and attempted to evoke the trespassing notice from Eckerd's store. Apparently, he was not happy about this. He insisted for over 45 minutes how this was all a big mistake, and I wanted to talk to him. He was so combative and persistent they decided to pursue stalking charges. Stalking charges? She continues. You need to be aware that David killed and partially dismembered his mother when he was 12 years old. He was released from a juvenile psychiatric facility less than 4 years ago. Diet Coke. We found disturbing materials at his home, she continued. We believe he's been stalking you. My mind kept wandering. Quote, it's my mom's favorite drink. David was arrested the next day for stalking after he was found in the Eckerd's parking lot. But the last official word was he went back to the psychiatric hospital, at least temporarily. I didn't have the chance to read the letters in full before they were entered into some vault of evidence. Nor did they explain what they found at his house, so I never had the complete picture of what was happening. My boyfriend at the time was a huge dick about the whole thing, so I moved back to Oregon a week later. Besides, who wants to hang around when Norman Bates is fixated on you? This story sounds like it was made up, but if it's not, that is absolutely terrifying. And there are cases of children committing horrific murders and then being released later in adulthood, so that wouldn't be too far from reality. Someone did link an article to this supposed case, but that link no longer works. And this post is at least 8 years old. So it's possible that it's true. This next story is titled, I was told you guys over here might like my story about camping in the Appalachians. I posted this as a reply to an Ask Reddit question and was told you guys might enjoy it. So enjoy reading about one of the most nerve-wracking experiences of my life. A few years back, my girlfriend and I, having hiked several other parts of the Appalachian Trail, decided we wanted to give the southern portion of Virginia's trail a shot. It is about 166 miles long and runs through George Washington and Jefferson National Forests, from Roanoke County to Harrisburg and Giles County. This is definitely one of the more remote and less traveled parts of the trail, which is exactly what we were looking for. We gathered our gear and made our way to the start of the Virginia Creeper Trail to begin our journey. We had planned our journey to end at Damascus, and figured that by the time we got there, we would be more than ready to get home to our own beds. It was early October, and the changing of the leaves and colors were amazing. The air was crisp and cool. Perfect hiking weather with beautiful scenery. The majority of the trip was pretty uneventful. Just your typical hike. But our last couple of nights is where things got weird. On this portion of the trail, you are supposed to camp on the trail or a designated shelter. We didn't really want to run into other people and didn't want anyone coming up on us in the middle of the night. We decided to ignore those suggestions and find our own little spot off the trail. A little searching around, and we found a spot a little ways off the trail in the middle of a small clearing. It was perfect. We set up camp, cooked some food, and talked for a while, then snuggled up and went to sleep for the night. Somewhere around 2 a.m., I was awoken by my girlfriend shaking me awake, telling me, "Get your gun. Someone is outside walking around our tent." She informed me that she woke up to what sounded like someone right outside the tent, running a knife or something along the side while circling us. When hiking, I carry a 1911 and a judge with me. You never know exactly who or what you might run into when on such a long hike in a remote location. I got the judge out of my pack, and then we sat silently listening for any sounds. A few minutes of nothing but the breeze blowing through the trees, and then I heard it. Snap, crunch, snap. Someone or something walking in the woods behind our tent. I got the flashlight and silently made my way out of the tent. Our fire had went out, so it was nearly pitch black, illuminated by only the dim glow of the October moon. I told my girlfriend to stay put while I checked it out. I didn't flick the flashlight on right away so as to not give away that I was out of the tent and have it become a shining beacon of my location. Instead, I waited to hear more noises. After a few minutes, snap, crunch, crack. It sounded like it was bipedal based on the way the snaps were placed. I turned on the flashlight and flooded the area with light. I thought I saw someone move behind a tree. I yelled out and told them to go away and that I was armed. I kept the light on the area with my gun drawn and slowly approached towards the area where I thought I saw the figure. Then, from my right, I hear what sounds like someone running away through the woods. I spin and face my light that way. And then, from the original spot, hear who or whatever was there take off into the woods. There's no way I am giving chase, so I return to the campsite. I tell my girlfriend about what happened, and I end up sitting guard outside the tent in the darkness until daybreak. In the morning, I looked around a bit for signs of who or whatever it was, and I discovered a boot print in some soft, moist dirt, not far from our tent. It wasn't mine, and it wasn't my girl's. This freaked me out, as it confirmed that someone, perhaps more than one, was skulking around our tent in the dark. I kept it to myself because I didn't want to freak my girl out any more than she already was. At this point, we were pretty deep in and still had 2 days left. That day, we walked a little faster than normal and covered as much ground as possible. When it came time to set up camp, I found a spot near a cliff where we could place the tent in a small overhang and prevent anyone from coming up behind us. The whole day up to this point, I had a feeling we were being followed. I had no confirmation of this, as I hadn't seen or heard anyone else, but it was just a gut feeling. We set up camp and made some food, then retreated to the tent. I gave my girl the 1911 and I kept the judge right next to me, and I assured her that if I slept at all, it would be with one eye open. After a while, she drifted off to sleep and I stayed awake listening to the sounds of the woods at night. I was awake for a few hours, just waiting to see if anything was going to happen. At some point, I guess my exhaustion caught up with me and I drifted off. I awoke sometime later to what sounded like someone going through our stuff outside the tent. I grabbed my gun and woke my girlfriend, shushing her to be quiet. From the faint glow of the fire, I could see someone's silhouette against the tent. There was really someone out there. I yelled out to them something along the lines of, "We are armed, get the fuck out of here." They dropped what they were doing and bolted. I came out of the tent, gun drawn and ready to shoot someone. Our stuff was strewn all about. They had rummaged through quite a bit of our stuff. I walked to the edge of the woods in the direction whoever was out there had fled. There was a creek nearby and I walked to the edge, where there was a small trail running along the side of it. Down the creek I could see a light. It looked like a lantern the way it flickered. Then I saw 3 more emerge from the other side of the woods. I told my girlfriend to start packing up whatever she could and that we were leaving, now. We packed up everything of value, left the tent and a few other items and headed back onto the trail. In the middle of the night. I kept hearing people talking off in the woods, and hearing branches snap for quite some ways. I kept looking behind us every few seconds to make sure nobody was coming up on us. It was completely nerve-wracking. If something happened, we were still a long ways from anywhere, and quite literally on our own, since we hadn't seen another hiker for the entire time we had been out there. I really felt we were in serious danger. We had been walking for quite some time when I heard something in the woods behind us. As we rounded a corner, I turned around and saw someone step out onto the trail and just stand there, watching us. It was just as the sun was coming up and barely any light. I couldn't make out any features, just the silhouette. I stopped and looked at them for a sec and asked them who they were and what they wanted. They just stood there silently, watching us, and then turned around and walked back into the woods. We picked up the pace and kept going, looking back every so often. We didn't see them again. But my gut told me they were still there for quite a ways. We eventually reached the end of the trail and got to where we had parked my girlfriend's car, extremely exhausted. We made it out of the Virginia woods without becoming a meal for a clan of cannibalistic inbred hillbillies, which is what I pictured happening in my head the whole time. I have no idea who they were or what they wanted. Maybe it was someone just messing with us. Maybe it really was a clan of deformed hillbillies who were hunting us. I will never know, because I will not be returning to find out. Okay, that story is actually terrifying, because there's so many cases of people disappearing while going on these hikes in national forests and never being found again. And that is why camping along a super remote trail in the middle of nowhere sounds absolutely horrible to me. Something I would never do unless I was in a big group of like at least 10 people. This last story is titled, Why I'm Glad Deadbolts Are a Thing. This happened about a year or so ago, but I just read something fairly similar and it reminds me how it still gives me the chills. I have 3 kids, who were around 9, 7, and 2 at the time, and also living with my husband. We live fairly rural in the UK, just on the outside of a small village. Every night I always check the door is locked, and sometimes even the chain put across as well. This night was woken up very abruptly by a very harsh banging on the front door. At first I thought it was just someone drunk thinking it was their house, but then they started trying to turn the handle. My husband went near the door and I stood on the stairs with my phone in case I needed to call someone. My husband told the man he had kids in here that were sleeping and to go away right now. The man started rambling and slightly slurring. It wasn't extreme slurring, but his voice wasn't quite right. Seemed clear he was either on something or mentally unwell. He kept asking for a certain woman's name, and my husband told him that there was no woman with that name, and to go away now. The man kept saying we were hiding her, and he was coming in. During this period was also a lot of very strange sounds coming from behind the door. Thumping, scratching, and another one I couldn't quite place. My husband then told him that I had called the police. He did a few more frantic thumps, then I assume left, because we heard nothing else. We heard nothing else like him attempting this with the neighbors either. For a few hours I waited in case he came back. I had a tennis racket I could use if I had to, but luckily it didn't come to that. In the morning, as it was a weekend day, I decided to check outside, and honestly, I did feel a little ill. There was a massive dent in the door, which I thought surely a fist alone wouldn't have caused. Then on the door and the panels near the door was fingernail marks and blood. It wasn't a massive amount, but enough that it needed to be washed off. Took pictures first though. Between the door and where the bins were was a smashed ashtray also with blood on it and lots of pieces. One of the outdoor plants had also been tipped out, so plant and soil all over the floor. My best guess is he tried to smash with the ashtray and cut himself, but that's merely speculation. My blood ran cold how clearly aggressive this man was, and we have absolutely no reason to be targeted. We told our neighbors, who were absolutely horrified. They said they thought they heard something but thought it was a drunk. When we mentioned the woman's name, the neighbor said, "Oh gosh, that's blah blah blah, a few doors down from us, who used to live where we do. She used to be into drugs and a few shady people, and the neighbor reckons maybe one of her old drug-taking companions was searching for her. Even now, there have been a few incidents in her house where police have been called, but I'm not sure what for. Now we have a video doorbell and alarms fitted, so at least now a button goes straight to a security system that if you don't answer will send the authorities. It didn't end in danger, but it so easily could have, and that's scary as hell. So seriously, she doesn't live here and you're absolutely insane, door-knocking guy. Please, let's not meet." My dad accidentally solved a murder with proof. Throwaway account for anonymity reasons. This is a true story, folks. As much as I'd like to be a writer, I am not one. I have scrolled this sub 100 times thinking to myself, has anything happened to me that I could post? Like, I'm sure we all have. It wasn't until last week I started thinking about posting my dad's story here. Now, if this is not the correct sub, I'd like to know, because my father is the best person I know, and I want to share his story one way or the other. Spring 2014 is a slow season for my father's business. The weather is nice and the roads are clear, which means slow shifts at an auto shop. It was mid-April, around 4 p.m. The wind was pulling in a nice spring breeze when my dad, Bill, was walking along the side of his shop. It happened to overlook a small stream and running trail, which he enjoyed gazing at near the end of his shift. The side of his building ran along the top of a steep hill, which turned into the path. He heard a ruffling in the wind, and about halfway down the hill, he sees a big blue tarp. Being very proud of his business and its appearance, he started to climb down the hill. He was just about to grab for it, about 15 feet away, to toss it in the dump, when he saw a car pull into the lot. He turned around and went to help his customer. When 5:30 p.m. rolls around, he closes up and goes home, forgetting the tarp. The next afternoon, Bill is sitting in his office when 3 policemen came in. They asked my father and coworkers a bunch of questions about any suspicious behavior they might have seen. Side note, my dad is extremely charismatic and friendly. He oftentimes talks people into sharing information with him that they really shouldn't. He looks like someone you can trust, and you can, and he seemed to always have the insider details about things like this. He used his humor to make people feel comfortable, which helped getting strangers to open up to him. Anyway, so Bill and his coworker Hank are talking with a female police officer when she lets it slip that a body had been discovered just down the hill. Quote, "Oh shit, I was down there yesterday cleaning. I didn't see any body though," Bill said. "Around what time? Did you happen to see a large blue and white tarp while you were cleaning the area?" she asked intensely. Yeah, I almost grabbed it yesterday, but I ended up getting distracted." She asked him more questions about what time, what he saw, etc. When he asked her if the body was found in the tarp. Yes, it was. A woman jogging found it this morning around 10:30 a.m. My dad was floored. He was just there yesterday. After a few more questions, the police all head to the crime scene to finish the initial investigation. No one was allowed on the scene, and the police were asking that passerbys not take any pictures. Luckily for you guys, my dad took one from his office window. This is what it looked like. You can see near the top of the picture the running trail. Just in front of that is a part of the creek that has dried up. There are the officers and such searching for whatever they were searching for. You can also see just left of the officer in black, a teeny shade of blue. That would be the tarp. Flash forward a few days. The police went back to my father's shop. They noticed the security cameras set up around the building, and they were hoping that they might catch something on tape. While transferring the data over, my dad started asking more questions about the murder. He learned it was a middle-aged man that had been stabbed to death. Not too much to go on, as it seemed. Quote, "Hey, you know there are a couple of meth heads that live in this shack behind our shop. It's connected to that bar?" Bill started talking about his own predictions for the whodunit scenarios. He continued, "Yeah, we have a lot of problems with them. Stealing scrap metal from the back, letting their dogs run wild. Even had him threaten to shoot me once when I was spraying their dogs with water to quit the barking. You should check them out." The officer nodded, gathered the rest of his things, and left. "Hey, Hank, let's go down there. See if we can find anything cool," my father whispered to his coworker. "All right, I guess it couldn't do any harm," Hank replied hesitantly. They started down the hill where the trench was found. The grass was flat and the tarp was now gone. They walked around for 15 or so minutes when Bill headed up the stream a little ways. The trail runs under a main road, and then leads to a man-made lake. Just under the bridge, the water starts to get heavier, and the trees are a little bit thicker. He noticed a red Lowe's cart into one of the trees. "I'm taking that for the shop," he thought as he ran over to pull it out of the stream. Calling over Hank for help, the two of them pulled it out and started wheeling it back up the hill. Suddenly, my dad stops. He sees something on the cart. "What is that rusty-looking stuff?" "Hank, stop. Look at the fucking cart. Is that blood?" They looked closer and, sure enough, blood. It was all over the cart. On the handle, on the wheels, and side. But it wasn't only blood they started to notice. Hair. Human hair. Alright, I'm opening the image of this cart. So, warning, there could be blood. I guess this dark reddish brown stuff is the blood they're referring to. Hard to tell from this picture though. And I don't really see any hair. Utterly stunned, my dad calls the policewoman he had been talking to the previous days and explained what they found. For whatever reason, the PD was very skeptical that this was evidence. At first, they didn't even believe my father. When he told them it made no sense to make up, they sent out a car. There were 2 police officers and a CSI. The CSI asked my dad why he thought this was blood. Quote, "It looks like blood, sir." Quote, "I'm not sure. How do you know that it's human hair?" the CSI asked. "Because it looks like human hair," my dad snapped sarcastically. Why did he seem so hesitant? They used a chemical test, and sure enough, it tested positive for human blood. They took the card as evidence and thanked my dad. Again, my dad tried to give his opinion on who the mystery killer might be. He suggested, again, that they talk with the crazy neighbors behind his auto shop. Still no information was taken down, and they left with what they had. 2 more days pass. My dad is leaving the shop to get some things from Costco. There is a small dirt alley that leads to the main road, just behind his work. In the past, it had been blocked by one of the meth addicts' car. They were complaining to my dad and his boss about the businesses driving cars back and forth through the alley, disrupting them. He notices it's open, and decides to take the shortcut to his destination. But something was off. He saw the usual blocked car sitting in front of the shack. The door was wide open, and there was someone sitting on their knees with their upper body inside the car. He got in his car and crept up just a little so he could see what was happening. He right away recognizes the skinny red-headed woman as the female that lived in the shack. It was the shack guy's wife/girlfriend, he didn't know exactly. She was on her hands and knees surrounded with hard chemicals. Bleach, Comet, OxyClean, and much more. My dad had said that he knew right then that they were guilty. For one, why would someone be scrubbing their car with straight chemicals? No water, no rinsing. It was the middle of the day on a hot June afternoon. Second, They happened to be only 2 blocks away from a local car wash. He said it felt off, and he knew to trust his instincts. She just kept scrubbing and scrubbing the passenger side floor. He pulled out his phone and started recording her. Now, he's known this woman and her significant other for a few years now. Like I said, they complained about my father's workers, and he complained about their dogs on and off for a while. It was all harmless bickering. My dad, always trying to be the funny guy, yells out his window as he's driving past. Covering up a murder, he laughed and drove away, hearing her say "fuck you" as he drove off. This time when he called the police, they took it very seriously. He explained that she was cleaning the car aggressively, and that it seemed like she was trying to bleach something out of the car. The next day, the PD went by to talk with residents of the shack. The day after that, they made an arrest. After searching the shack, they found a large bloodstain soaked into the plywood floor. Once the blood was seen, the wife/girlfriend crumbled and told the police everything. It was her husband/boyfriend, and the victim. The victim was named Rich. He had gone over to their little house to shoot up and get high. Someone ended up accusing Rich of putting some of the dope aside for himself, and things got heated. Eventually, the husband started to physically fight with Rich when he stabbed him. He bled out on the floor and died. They did not know what to do, so they stole the Lowe's cart to move him around, loaded him into the car, wrapped him in the tarp, and pushed his body down the hill. They ditched the cart, thinking the river would wash it down far enough that it wouldn't be found. My dad and Hank sat in their car while they watched the police arrest Don, the suspected murderer. He took a video of that as well. You can hear my dad very inappropriately yelling out his window, "Aha, killer," in the video. Both were videos lost when he switched phones. But here's a link to a site that reported on the events. My dad says that he's going to start a PI business. Yeah, right. Because he solved a murder all on his own. Thanks for reading, guys. And when I click the new site link, I get a 404, which kind of makes sense since this story was posted like almost 10 years ago. But that was a crazy story nonetheless, and it seems legit. Okay, next story. To the campground owner. Years ago, me, my family, and family friends would go camping at some cabins in Lake Placid, New York. Despite what happened that weekend, that campground holds very fond memories for me that I will cherish forever. The incident happened 4th of July weekend. My family was grilling, and me and my friends, children at the time, were running around and playing cops and robbers. While we played, the campground owner came over to my parents and offered to pay for some food. My parents, being nice, gave him food and beer for free. Eventually, the owner overstayed his welcome and was asked to leave by my friend's dad. This angered him, and he took off his shirt and tried to fight him. We were not aware that he was an alcoholic and already drunk when he asked for food and beer. They eventually got him to leave, and he came back, this time with a rifle. As me and my friends played, he walked around and drunkenly tried to load a rifle. One of my friends, being an innocent kid, walked over to him and asked him what he was doing. The owner said, "I'm going to show your dad something." One of the adults saw this and rushed over. My friend's dad took the rifle from his hands and threw it across the parking lot, screaming at him that there are kids around. At this point, I knew something bad was happening, and I rushed all my friends inside our cabin. At this point, my dad called the police and was recording the whole thing. The police eventually came and arrested him for the night, while the campground owner tried to claim he never had a rifle, while saying on video, "Gimme my rifle." The police came back the next morning and let us file a temporary restraining order while we stayed the weekend. While this is an incident my family laughs at from time to time, I can't help but wonder what would have happened if he had gotten that rifle loaded. So, to the campground owner, let's not meet. A belligerently drunk person with a gun that's super angry is definitely a truly, truly horrifying thing to see. Next story. Utah is a strange place. This is something that happened in my family when I was a little girl, back in the mid to late 1980s. When my dad retired from the Marine Corps in the late 70s, he took an engineering and consulting job with a major defense contracting corporation based out of Salt Lake City. I have one older sister, my mom, and just me. My sister and I were formally raised as Catholics from a very early age. I remember going to Mass as soon as I could read and write. Utah, as it is well known in the US, is basically central headquarters to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, aka the Mormons. I apologize in advance to any Mormon readers if I get some terminology wrong or anything like that. I've read some church publications for curiosity's sake, but that was a long time ago. My sister and I both went to the same elementary school while both of my parents worked during the day. I was a bit of a shy kid and kept to myself, but I always loved and still love going outside for long periods of time. There was a family living next door to us that had a lot of children, though none of them went to our school. It's my understanding that large families are common among mainstream Mormons, especially so in Utah. Our houses were divided by a wooden plank fence that had a few gaps here and there between them. I remember that if I wasn't careful, I'd get pretty nasty splinters from it. Sometimes the kids, 2 boys and a girl my age, would climb over the fence to play in our yard with me and my older sister, but they never stuck around terribly long despite having a blast. A lot of the time, I could hear their mother yell something at them when they came over, then they'd have to go home. I didn't think anything of it at the time. My mom would often yell for me to come inside too. Every single time they'd hop the fence to come play, in about an hour, sometimes less, a woman would shout for them to get back home immediately. One day while they were over, my mom brought us a plate of apple slices and cheese as a snack. Sure enough, after we ate, the woman yelled loudly for the kids to come back home right away, and so they did. I came inside not too long afterward, eating dinner with my family later that evening. While we were eating, there was an emphatic banging at the door. My father got up to see what was up and told my mother to keep me and my sister in our seats. Turns out that the man banging on our door was the father of the family next door. Apparently, the kids are on some kind of restricted diet that we had no way of knowing about, and he was very angry when he learned that we had fed them without consulting him first. I don't remember the rest of the conversation exactly, but I do remember hearing my dad, a 6'7" ex-Marine, originally from Brooklyn, saying "fuck" a whole awful lot, followed by the door being slammed shut. The dude huffed off. That was the only time I ever actually saw this guy. It didn't occur to me until about 5 years ago why this would be so unusual and kinda fucked up. After that night, the kids weren't allowed to come over and play anymore. We could say hi to each other through the gaps in the wooden fence. We would just talk as long as we could, since apparently they were now afraid of coming into our backyard again. All this over apples and cheese, I thought. And especially since at Sunday school, they taught us about how Jesus wanted people to share with one another. We thought we were just being nice. Same as always, a saggy-looking middle-aged woman would yell at them to get inside their house if they were seen talking to my sister and me. Sometimes they didn't even say goodbye, they just ran. I was too young to understand what was up, and when I told my parents about our little fence meetings, I think they were worried. Over time, there were more young children among them. I remember seeing them play outside with a couple of toddlers later on. Eventually, the style of their clothes would change from what you'd expect a young child of the neon decade to be wearing, to low-key button shirts, blue jeans, and the girls wore only dresses from there on out. I had schoolmates with strict parents, sure, but not that strict. At that time, I thought maybe they were super-duper grounded for doing something bad, and that's why they couldn't come over anymore. Sure enough, every time they were seen hanging out near the fence, a woman would start yelling at them, and they'd have to bolt. Sometimes, though, I swear it would be a different middle-aged woman yelling for them to come inside every so often. This upset me, and I told my mom how sad I was for them, but looking back, I don't think there was anything even they could have done. The last time I saw any of those other kids, it was the girl my age waving to me through a gap in the fence to come over. She said that her family had to move, that they were all going to a ranch in a place called Arizona, and that they probably wouldn't be back. Of course, it made me sad. Like this whole situation wasn't sad enough already. But being the good Girl Scout of my local troop, I offered to make her a friendship bracelet I had made, but wouldn't take it. She couldn't even say why, but yet again, as soon as I mentioned it, a look of dread overcame her face. Just then, two older women, one almost gorilla-like in stature and another thinner woman with blonde hair, both wearing pale and quilted-looking house dresses, shouted at her to get inside right this instant. None of us ever saw the family again. My parents seemed strangely relieved. About a year later, though, one day my mom suddenly took to asking us really weird questions about them. Like if we'd ever been over to their house, or if they offered to take us to their church services. I was 8 or 9 by then, and hated going to our own church. Why would I actually want to go to another one? My mom's persistence was worrying my dad, and one night when the questions got particularly annoying, Dad took her aside and said something like, "If they knew anything, don't you think they'd have told someone or us by now? They're just little girls, they didn't know." After the last batch of stock market tumbles in '89, we left Utah for good. It wasn't until the YFZ ranch raid in 2008 that I even remembered this ever happening. I called my parents after a few days of reflection and, well, they're quite a bit older and don't remember everything quite so clearly as they once did. Our neighbors were very likely members of a fundamentalist sect of Mormon ideology. Yes, I know full well that the mainstream LDS Church no longer officially practices polygamy. After thinking about the situation some more and doing some light research on the origins and beliefs of the cult, the odds are good that their parents were followers of Warren Jeffs. Those poor kids didn't stand a chance in an environment like that. But at that age, I had no way of knowing. In 2011, I got an email from my mother who'd been casually chatting up our old Utah friends, the few relatively sane ones we had, and she told me that a girl who used to come over and play with us fairly regularly as a child had committed suicide a few weeks ago. Apparently, she was running away from her husband and had been for some time. I pressed her for details, but my mom outright refuses, to this day, to tell me why she left him. Creepy cultist neighbors from Salt Lake City, let's never meet again. More for your sake than mine. If you have no idea who Warren Jeffs is, he is an American cult leader who is serving a life sentence in Texas for child sexual assault following 2 convictions in 2011. If you want to know more about this cult and specifically what Warren Jeffs did and what these women and young girls went through, I highly suggest the documentary Keep Sweet, Pray and Obey. It is extremely difficult to watch, but if you can handle the sort of triggers that are going on, highly recommend it. But again, it is very difficult to watch. Next story. Creepy encounter in the woods in Sulphur, Oklahoma. About 15 years ago, I lived in Sulphur, Oklahoma. My playground, the Chickasaw National Recreation Area. I loved that park so much. I rode more miles on my bike than anywhere else. I've walked nearly every trail and rode every road. Every day I would ride my mountain bike up and down the trails and would be home by nightfall for most days. One night, however, I had rode out a bit further than usual, On my way back, however, I decided to ride the trail from an area known as Buffalo Springs, where they have live buffalo roam and there is a large spring/fountain there for all to enjoy. As I was riding back, I knew the end of the trail was coming up, and I would have to cross a stone bridge across the creek, then up the road to my home. It was dark at this time, and all I had to use to see was the full moon. I was maybe a few hundred yards from it when I got a sharp pain in my left thigh. I stopped and looked around to see what just hit me. Then I heard a noise sounding like something hitting the ground hard in front of me. There was a rock about the size of a baseball rolling across the trail. Me, confused, starts to look up the side of this hill. Just as I turn my head to look, I almost fall off my bike when another rock comes flying down and hitting my front wheel. I finally have my eyes adjust to look and see someone very tall and dark and covered in hair at the top of the hill, throwing things at me and screaming. Oh my god, is this a Bigfoot story? I yelled I had a cell phone and was going to call the police. I didn't actually have one as I didn't have a cell phone yet. This seemed to have pissed it/him off. He started charging down the hill at me. I, for obvious reasons, light up my bike and took off. Just as I crossed the bridge, I heard a huge splashing noise in the creek and saw it was a large rock that had been thrown. I was in the clear to home but was frightened all the way there. I went to the ranger station later the next morning and told a ranger I knew there about what happened. He says, "So you were attacked by Bigfoot?" Snidely laughing. Me. I don't know what it was, but something was trying to hurt me out there. "Okay, Justin. If I have any more Bigfoot, I'll let you know what we get." I just said fine and left. The very next week, I was riding in the daylight when the park ranger pulled up next to me and said for me to get in. I asked why. He said he needed to show me something. We headed to the police department in town. Before we got out of the car, he turns to me and says, "Justin, I have to give you a huge apology. I will be honest that I didn't believe you when you told me the story of you being attacked. However, it has come to my attention that a couple was out in the same area last night and was attacked in the same way, saying they had seen a large hairy creature throwing rocks and sticks and screaming at them. They called the police and they came out with some of the rangers, including myself. I immediately thought about what you had told me. When we arrived and started up the hill, sure enough, we were having rocks and things thrown at us. Guns drawn and yelling, 2 officers tackle a man to the ground. He was 6 feet 5 inches tall, naked, covered in mud, and had long hair and a large beard. He had escaped from the Veterans Center across Veterans Lake. Apparently, he thought he was back in Vietnam, and he was trying to take out the enemy. Park ranger said I was very lucky because he was trying to kill me. We went inside so I could give the police my statement as to what had happened. They had him sent to a more secure facility somewhere else. To this day, I still get the shivers when I hike that trail, and I always keep my eyes on the ridgetop. I do feel bad for ones with PTSD and such mental illnesses. But Mr. Crazy Naked Bigfoot Man, let's not meet again. Next story. Meeting my online friend of 2 years. This story has a lot of build-up. So, I met this friend online the summer before my junior year of high school. I was 16. His name was Flip. We clicked pretty instantly. Our senses of humor matched up, and I felt like we were really good friends. He was a guy, I a girl, but I never really held romantic feelings. Also, I was in a relationship. When I turned 16, he was 19. I could tell he had romantic feelings, and he let me know 6 months into our friendship that he loved me. We didn't really have a stable friendship as he flipped out a lot, and would go extended amounts of times without talking to me. He told me it was because he couldn't bear to talk to me knowing we can't be together, because I was dating someone. But I now know that it was more of a control thing, and he wanted me to stop talking to me and he wanted to stop talking to me to make me feel like I'm missing something. He really hated women, really disliked women, and felt like most are just whores. He told me he felt like I was different, that I was the only true woman he's ever met. Really red flag shit. I was young and didn't really think much of it. Our friendship was only online, iMessaging and FaceTiming. Now, when he went on these tangents where he would abruptly stop talking to me, he would go on Twitter and make offensive, demonizing tweets about me to people. Like, awful stuff. When he came back, I just, ignored that stuff. Because he would go back to being funny and nice. I'm building up to our in real life meeting, hang in there with me. So he also had a habit of lashing out at people, taking revenge on people, and just making people feel like shit for fun. Another red flag. But I thought I was special, and that he really cared about me, and would never do anything like that to me. I remember leading up to my 18th birthday, him being 21 now. He said to me, "When you're 18, you're sending me nudes. You don't get to say no." I brushed it off because I knew I wouldn't. But yeah, notice there's just this element of him wanting to dominate. Anyway, fast forward 2 years later. I'm now 18, freshman in college. In October, I broke up with my boyfriend. Same guy as age 16. And Flip took that as an opportunity. He would tell me he couldn't bear not seeing me, and that basically we have to meet or it's all over. Now, I didn't really have romantic feelings for him. My love for him was platonic, but I figured, I'll try the romance. I'll try to love him romantically. I couldn't lose him. So I impulsively bought a plane ticket to where he lives in December. My parents had no idea and to this day still don't. I was going to go away on a Friday, come back on a Monday. The college I go to school in is in a city with an airport, so it was easy to just Uber to the airport. This romance that I'm trying to project feels real, and I genuinely felt like I loved him romantically. I was finally going to meet the guy I loved. Now, leading up to the flight, about 1 to 2 weeks before, I started getting cold feet. I was questioning the legitimacy of my feelings, and started getting on with a guy in my neighboring uni. I started catching feelings for him, and kissed him a day before my flight. At that point, I had already decided I didn't want to pursue Flip romantically, and I figured, hey, we've been friends for 2 years. When I get there, I'll tell him I only want to stay friends. Yeah, he'll be upset, but I'm sure our friendship is worth more than that, and we'll be able to have a nice, enjoyable time together. How naive I was. I decided to go on the trip anyway, thinking that maybe seeing him would reignite that fire. Upon arrival, I realized that I did not love him, and I was no longer attracted to him. Regardless, though, he was a close friend of mine for a very long time, and whether I felt a romantic connection or not, I wanted to meet him for the sake of meeting him, just how I would want to meet any internet friend. So it's time for the flight. It's very early. I remember sitting on the plane, contemplating walking out. I really just wanted to leave and not return. I should have listened to my gut. I arrive and I go outside of the terminal. I see him, sitting in his car just staring at me, like a very malicious, piercing stare. After a few moments, he gets out of the car. He looks different. It's strange because we have FaceTimed and I have seen pictures of him, but he just looks different. Kind of creepier. We hug and sit in the car. It's awkward. I feel awkward. We make small talk and awkward jokes, and in that moment, I wanted to be back in my dorm. We go back to his apartment and we go up to his room. We smoke some weed, and I lay down on his bed to sleep. When I wake up, he's spooning me and trying to fondle me. I take his hands off and tell him to stop. Then I sit up and basically unload about how I don't want him romantically, only as a friend. He just started crying and begging me to tell him I love him. I tell him I can't do that. He then stands up, drops crying, goes to the bathroom and starts lighting stuff on fire. It smells like burning paper in the bedroom now. He comes out normally and just sits on his computer and plays games without talking to me. Now the rest of the trip is just like a combination of him being kind and normal to him being completely evil. Here's some of the things he's done/said throughout the 3 days. He made jokes about me dying, would pretend to hit me, like lunge at me and get close enough and watch as I flinched. Told me he almost sent a snap of me to my mom with the geotag of his town, so that I would get in trouble. Told me he almost made me sleep in the car one night. Told me that one night while I was sleeping, he walked over to me and started farting on me. This one's just fucking nasty. Kept telling me to shut the fuck up when I would speak or ask questions. Did it multiple times in front of his roommates too. He was trying to feel me up in bed and I kept pushing his hands away. And he would keep trying and would say things like, "I know you want it, you're just holding back." Was calling me an idiot when I would ask questions. Served me spaghetti and told me he purposely used the moldy spaghetti sauce, hoping that I would get sick. Told me he was going to make me miss my flight home. Said he was planning to drive me in the opposite direction of the airport and dropping me off in the middle of nowhere. So basically, I kept my cool, and when he would tell me these things, I would nod and agree and laugh with him. I was scared shitless, and I wanted nothing more than to leave. So I kind of keep it cool and I spend my time trying not to upset him. Monday rolls around and my flight isn't until 8 p.m. Around 11 a.m., he goes downstairs to leave, and in that time I pack my bag and leave without him knowing. My plan of action is to run to the nearest shopping plaza and Uber to the airport from there. I wasn't about to Uber from his house. I'm almost to the end of the street, feeling free, when I feel 2 arms come up from behind and wrap around me. He's hugging me, mumbles something into my ear, and then turns around and dead-on sprints back down the street to his apartment. I ran to the shopping plaza, called an Uber, and got it. I felt so much relief in that moment. I felt like I was free. I waited at the airport with nothing to do for 8 hours, but it was better than being in there. I look back and I feel like an idiot. Like I should have gone to a hotel, and I should have probably left, but I'm a broke college kid, and I was already scared shitless being here without my parents' knowledge. After I left, I blocked him on every social media outlet I have, including LinkedIn, LOL. He still has tried to contact me regularly for 4 months, but luckily I never ever told him my address or anything. So, online friend of 2 years, let's not meet again. Holy cow, that guy is an absolute freak, and I'm so glad OP made it out of there. Fuck that guy. I met a potential serial killer in his home for work. This is a long one, bear with me. 2 years ago, I was working for a company as a person who measures houses. Most people haven't heard of it. It's where you essentially have an iPad and you go to people's homes and draw up floor plans and measure rooms for carpet/hardwood flooring projects. Anyone can request one. I was 25, female at the time, one of the few females that work this position. I was actually really good at the job, so they gave me a lot of work, and I usually hit between 10 to 14 houses a day, driving all over multiple towns. This house was my last house of the day, in the middle of nowhere, and I was exhausted. When I got there, I was incredibly annoyed because the customer wasn't home and was late for his appointment. 10 minutes later, he pulls up next to my car. He was a middle-aged man, balding, wearing a normal office job attire with a tie and everything. He seemed a bit awkward, but was apologetic and let me into his home. Upon entering, the house was unbelievably spotless and organized, minimal furniture, and smelled like cleaning supplies. It didn't strike me as odd at first. He had 2 cats lounging in the living room. He first started acting weird as I was directed to the first bedroom. He mentioned, "Wow, my cats love you. They don't take to strangers like this usually." but his cats literally didn't move or come near me the whole time. I just nodded and smiled while I got to work, scaling out the master bedroom on my iPad. He started inquiring about the electronics I was using. Quote, "Do they keep track of where you are on that thing?" Immediate red flag. Yes, and my boss knows how long each job should take based on the scope of work. It's incredible technology. I lied without missing a beat. He agreed it was amazing. Quote, "Be careful, don't touch the gun on the nightstand. It might go off." He chuckled. Talk about immediate spine chill. I looked up from my iPad and sure enough, there was a handgun on the nightstand. I knew instantly that I needed to behave like nothing that was happening was triggering alarms for me. He directed me to the second bedroom and he said the exact same thing, warning me of a gun on the nightstand. That indeed was there. This was the moment I knew I was in danger. At first I thought it was just my anxiety around guns, but at this point the tension building between us was undeniable. Okay, who has guns on both of their bedroom nightstands when it's just one person living there? That's crazy. There were only 2 bedrooms on the scope of work. I hastily met up with him in the kitchen and began running down the next steps, but he interrupted me. "Could you measure the basement stairs? I forgot to add them to the list, and I think I might want to carpet them in the future." My heart dropped, but my stupid customer service conditioned brain could not figure out how to get away with saying no. He led me to the basement door, and, you guys, there was no way he was planning on doing anything with these stairs. They were plank wooden stairs, L-shaped going down leading to an unfinished basement. Unfortunately, in order to get an accurate measure, I had to walk all the way down them to the basement. Meanwhile, he stood blocking the doorway with a smile on his face, mentioning again about whether or not my boss knew where I was, to which I shortly replied yes. Once I got to the basement, I scanned the room quickly. There was not 1, but 7 deep freezers lining the walls. In the middle of the room was a lit, low-hanging ceiling light, revealing an old television set, VHS tapes scattered on the floor, and an old recliner facing the TV. Behind the set, 2 white shelves full of VHS tapes. In this moment, I knew one of 2 things was going to happen. He was either going to let me go, or he was going to push me down the fucking stairs. I held my breath, put a smile on my face in an attempt to act my way out of this situation, and began to climb the stairs. All I could hear was my heartbeat in my ears. He was still blocking the door, no smile this time. As I got to about the 5th stair from the top, I felt him hesitate, which made me hesitate as well. You could cut the tension with a knife, and I finally understood that expression. To my absolute shock and relief, after 4 seconds, he stepped aside. I made a beeline towards the front door, not saying a word when he stopped me again, saying, "Oh, before you go, won't you give my cats a treat? They loved you so much." He was holding a bag of cat treats. I quickly gave his cats a treat, thanked him, and practically ran out of the house, and definitely ran to my car. The second I got out of his driveway, I had the most intense panic attack and cried. I tried to call my boss, but I was in a dead zone. The truth of the matter is that my boss would not have noticed I was missing for at least 24 hours when I didn't route my day the next workday. Yes, he would have eventually been caught as it was my last known location, but I would have been long dead. I suffered PTSD over this experience. I couldn't sleep for a week. I was petrified to work my job, but had no choice. This day still haunts me. The worst part, I was so fucked up, jumbled, and in denial over the experience, I forgot to write down his address. So, a lot of people were saying this story couldn't possibly be true because the OP forgot to write down the address, but the OP in response says that they were doing 10 to 14 houses a day and didn't think to even try and report the situation until a couple months later, and by that point, the information on the iPad was lost. And I can understand being in such distress and panicking that you just completely forget to write down the address, and your first instinct isn't to go to the police. Because what would the police say anyway? Oh, this guy creeped you out. We're not going to just go search his house and see if he's a serial killer. The police would not care at all. I think that story could be true. Okay, this next story is titled Approached in the Woods. A few years ago, in my mid-teens, I had gone for a run in the local woods, as I often did at the time, and decided to stop and mess around on a rope swing for a couple minutes. For context, the swing was about 20 meters back from the path, but was in full view of it. I saw a man start walking down the path, and thought nothing of it initially, as his clothing suggested he might also have been jogging. Despite this, I decided to move out of his eye line for some stupid reason, such as my damp, messy hair or unshaven legs, while acting like I hadn't seen him yet, and just happened to be moving on. I ended up walking parallel to the path as there is a nearby fallen tree that shields the entire area from view for a long way. Thinking of returning to the rope swing when he'd left the area, I peeked out from behind the trunk to watch, only to find that he had turned off the path and was walking in my direction. Although this wasn't immediately suspicious, it seemed odd to me, as that section of woodland doesn't lead anywhere at all, and he was walking unusually fast. I quickly realized that I was not fully hidden behind the tree when he made eye contact with me, and sped up slightly. Immediately had alarm bells going off in my head, and I just turned around and booked it to where I knew there was a tiny set of steps carved out of the dirt that led up small cliffs, separating that area of the forest. Like the idiot I was, I panicked and started running so quickly that I never took out my earbuds, and had no idea if I was hearing running footsteps following me or not. I didn't even look back once, just got myself out of there. At the top of the steps, I followed a small dirt track to a more secluded chalk pit area of the woods, hiding in some trees and trying to call my friend, but I had no signal. Looking back, I really wish I'd called the police there and then, but I couldn't be sure that I wasn't somehow freaking out over nothing, and the whole thing had been a mistake on my part. After a while, I heard voices out on the dirt track and a man say something about not being able to find a her, which made my stomach drop. This was followed by glimpses of a vehicle and the sound of an engine driving away, which I then saw leaving the area on a higher road through some scrubland back to civilization. I waited a few more minutes before sprinting the entire way home, running off the last dregs of my adrenaline, then walking into my house and pretending like nothing had happened. I knew my parents would never let me go running again if they found out. To this day, I obsess over it, wondering if I somehow grossly misread the situation. Or worse, thinking about what could have happened to me if I hadn't escaped. Either way, I still can't shake the immediate spike of cold dread I felt when I watched him step off the path. Maybe my instincts knew something I didn't. I guess I'll never know. The only way I could rationalize this from the man's perspective is, what if he was missing a dog and that dog was a female dog? That's why he was looking for quote-unquote her. Maybe he was approaching OP to see if she had seen the dog. But also, if I was the man, I would just shout, "Have you seen my dog? Have you seen a dog?" I wouldn't quietly step off a path and approach them. But either way, as a child alone in the woods, definitely the best bet is to just run away and hide, if you don't know what's going on in that situation. Alright, this next story is titled, The Time I Narrowly Escaped a Crime of Passion and Revenge. True story. This is super long, but a good read, so buckle up. I will add headings to each part. I might add some links to some screenshots of his messages and song lyrics. 1. The backstory. Back in junior high, I started dating this guy. He's now my husband. But since we were so young, we had one of those classic on and off relationships all throughout high school. During one of our off periods, I was going through some typical teenage girl drama and lost most of my friends. This was during COVID, and with nothing else to do, I got into gaming and ended up becoming close with a group of guys I met online. They also went to my school. I know what you're thinking. One of those girls who only hangs with guys because they're less drama. Nope. If anything, guy friend groups are more drama when you're the only girl. Anyway, I developed a small crush on one of the guys. Let's call him Kyle. Not my usual type, but he was funny and easy to talk to, especially after a breakup. I told him I wasn't ready to date again yet, but I liked him and could see things going somewhere, eventually. He didn't take that well. He kept rushing me, wanting to lock something down, and every time I asked for space, he got mad. Like blow up on me and kick me out of the group chat mad. He'd start fights, try to turn others against me. Didn't really work, thankfully. And was constantly checking if I still liked him, if I took too long to reply. It was exhausting. Clingy is fine, but manipulative clingy? Not so much. I had extracurriculars, a life, and he acted like I owed him 24/7 attention. Despite all the drama, we kissed a couple of times, but we were never official. Eventually, I found out other guys in the group liked me too, and the whole situation got weird. I ended up cutting ties with all of them. Months later, I got back together with my now husband. That really pissed Kyle off. He started posting music on SoundCloud and Spotify, basically painting me as the villain. Songs about how I led him on, how awful I was, etc. But I was happy, so I ignored it. Oh my god, someone posting songs about you on Spotify that is so cringe. They were never even dating. Part 2, a weird reunion. Fast forward to about a year after graduation. My now husband has just proposed. We were thrilled, posted the engagement photos, the whole thing. We got nearly 700 likes on Instagram, as our whole high school anticipated this happening. Then, coincidentally, almost the day after we post the photos, Kyle texts me, asking us if we want to meet up. So my husband says, why not? And we end up going to hang out with Kyle. I know, it was a dumb idea. But since my husband was about to leave for the military, we figured it couldn't hurt to reconnect with some people before everything changed. Kyle picks us up. He seems insanely excited to see us, which is really weird since we don't really talk, and weren't left off on a good note. We drive to the mall, walk around, grab food, pretty normal stuff. We caught up on the years since graduation, but even during that I could tell something about him had shifted. His smile didn't feel real. His eyes were off, like he was looking through us. We get back in the car and start driving aimlessly through town. It's late. Probably around 10 p.m. No traffic. Everything's quiet. Then he starts speeding. Not like a fun little thrill. No. He's pushing 110 in a 30 zone. Flying through red lights, swerving around corners like he's trying to get us killed. I half laughed at first, thinking it was just showing off, but he kept doing it. He'd casually mention how the seat belts in the car don't really work, and how he isn't a great driver. Then came the real red flags. He starts talking about how he thinks he's not wired like other people. Said he doesn't really feel anything when people die. No sadness, no guilt, just nothing. He even said, I think I might be a little psychotic. My husband kind of shrugged it off with an awkward, that's not good. But I remember sitting there, heart pounding, suddenly hyper-aware of the locked doors, the broken seatbelt, and how fast we were going. He starts bringing up how badly I hurt him when we were 15, and that he never mentally recovered. I obviously said sorry and that I was a stupid teenager, but I thought we were past this since we both made mistakes. The whole car ride was just off. He was blasting these songs he made about me, weird lyrics, obsessive. My husband and I exchanged a glance, but we let it go. Eventually, he pulls into this massive park in the middle of town, the one with that huge new staircase they built on the mountain. No one else is around. It's pitch black. He goes, "Do you guys want to go for a walk?" We get out and start walking. The stairs go high, higher than they look from the road. I'm already uncomfortable, but I go anyway. About halfway up, my knee starts acting up. Old basketball injury. So I tell him I'm staying put. Kyle stops too and starts talking again, this time about how he feels like he never really got closure, how he still dreams about me, how he's never been able to connect with anyone else the same way. He says this while my fiancé is standing right there. The tension is unbearable. My husband tries to keep things chill, even jokes lightly, but you can tell he's ready to leave and is getting a little worked up. Eventually, Kyle keeps going. He walks way ahead, then yells back, "You guys should come up here. It's crazy. Just look at this drop." We glance up. He's standing at the unfinished part of the staircase, near a ledge with nothing but raw cement below. One wrong step and that's it. My husband looks at me and then calls back, "Nah, we're good. Let's head back." Back in the car, it's tense. He's fidgety. The kind of quiet that feels heavy. He breaks the silence by saying, "If I had a gun right now, I don't know what I'd do." Just like that. Calm. Cold. No emotion in his voice. My body locked up. I didn't even know what to say. My husband leaned forward and asked if he was okay. Kyle just gave a weird little smirk and looked away. He said, "I'm good, just making conversation." We were utterly spooked, and kept mentioning that we were tired and ready to go home, but he literally wouldn't take us. Finally, a cop car slowly rolls into the parking lot. Normal, right? We weren't doing anything wrong. Maybe Kyle was just unfiltered like how I knew him in high school. But Kyle loses it, starts panicking, slamming the steering wheel, breathing fast. He mutters, "If he pulls us over, just say we were having a threesome." What? We blink at him. That made no sense. We weren't high. We weren't drunk. We weren't even being loud. But he's acting like he's running from something. Something worse. The cop doesn't stop us, just passes by. Kyle pulls out of the lot fast, then drives us straight home without another word. He doesn't even say goodbye when we get out, just speeds off. Quote, "Was it just me, or did it feel like he was trying to kill us?" And I didn't even hesitate. "No," I said, "it wasn't just you." Part 3. The Paranoia and Reassurance. After that night, we didn't talk to Kyle, like, at all. We both agreed it was weird. Too weird. My husband said he couldn't shake the feeling that we'd narrowly avoided something awful. And honestly, same. The way Kyle stared from that ledge, blank. Like he was watching and waiting for something to happen. The things he was saying in the car, driving so recklessly, how freaked he got about the cop. The next weekend, we had plans to meet up with some more old friends, the guys in the initial friend group where Kyle and I met. Turns out they had all cut Kyle off. I hadn't realized how serious it was. There'd been some drama. Apparently Kyle had been dating a girl, we will call her Sarah, who cheated on one of the guys in the group. Things got messy. Sarah ended up pregnant, but wanted nothing to do with Kyle. Sarah claimed the baby wasn't his. Now that the kid's born, it really does look like the guy she says is the father, but still. Heavy emotional stuff. And Kyle, he didn't seem to be coping. We told them about our strange night with him, about the car ride, the creepy conversation, the ledge. They didn't even flinch. One of them actually said, "Yeah, that sounds like something he'd do." But then they brushed it off. "Jealous maybe, but harmless," one of them said. Still, the more we talked, the darker it got. They told us that when Kyle found out I was engaged, he went off the deep end, full-on drinking rampage, punching holes in the walls, tried to fight another guy in the group, who, by the way, is one of the gentlest people you'll ever meet and is on the spectrum. Then Kyle disappeared for a few days. Wouldn't answer texts, wouldn't call back. When he finally resurfaced, it was like nothing happened. Just showed up at their condo like he hadn't dropped off the grid. After threatening one of his closest friends. Smiled, laughed, acted normal. No apologies, no explanation. Part 4, Without My Husband. Weeks go by. My husband ships out for training. I stay in town but move back with my parents to wrap things up before I move when he's done. My parents live about 30 minutes outside of town. It's a very small community. They have about 3 acres of land and it's a dirt road leading only to their house. I always felt safe there though since we had cameras everywhere. And everyone in the community owns guns, including my dad. If someone was on the dirt road, my dad would sit on the porch with a gun, since we never had any uninvited visitors. Then I started getting messages from Kyle. He said he wanted to hang out one more time before my husband left for the military. I told him we were busy. He didn't respond after that. But then weird stuff started happening. One night, I swear, I saw his car drive by the dirt road in front of the house. This was insanely strange because, like I said, we were pretty secluded. Another time, I noticed a notification from a random burner account viewing my Instagram stories. Always the first viewer. Every time I blocked it, a new one would pop up. No posts, no followers, just watching. I tried to tell myself it wasn't him, but I knew it was. I start getting messages from another burner account. They're not threatening exactly, but they're off. Long rants about people being fake, how no one really understands loyalty, and these cryptic comments like, "You're lucky, he's lucky, it could have been different, but I let it go." Let what go? I don't respond. He tells me, "It's Kyle, by the way." I figure he's just spiraling, maybe going through something. I blocked the account and set mine to private. We never saw him again in person. He kind of just disappeared after that. No mutual friends mentioned him. No posts, nothing. It was like he dropped off the map. Part 5, The Truth. 6 months later, I reunited with my husband and we moved several states away to a military base. Life finally felt calm again. Then, out of nowhere, we got a call from one of the guys from the old friend group. A bunch of them were still roommates, so they were all together when the call came in. It started like this. "Did you hear what happened?" "What? Is everything okay?" Kyle tried to break into Sarah's house. I just froze. Why? Why would he do that? He claimed the baby was his, said she'd been lying to him the whole time. According to them, Sarah said he showed up out of nowhere, managed to get inside, and at some point, while holding the baby, he tried to take her. In the chaos, she said he somehow stabbed her. He was arrested not long after. That's probably why no one had heard from him, why he vanished. But then it got worse. The guys told me that when he was arrested, they found a notebook. It had our names on every page, Sarah's and mine. Obsessive stuff. Obsessive stuff. Pages and pages of graphic, violent fantasies about killing our significant others, about R-wording us in front of our husbands. And if he couldn't have us like that, he wrote that he'd end all of us together. It's been 3 years. I still have nightmares. Part 6. Reflection. I sometimes dread that one day I'll have to explain the whole thing to my kids and tell them to be careful with their high school flings, as it can either end like my husband and I, married, together for 10 years, or like Kyle, still seeking revenge for a petty kiss and a crush 5 years later. I often think about that night on the staircase, about how he kept calling us to come up, kept saying how crazy the drop was. What if we had gone? What if we hadn't stopped halfway? What if I never had that basketball injury or my husband to put his foot down? If that cop hadn't shown up and spooked him just enough? Maybe things would have ended very differently. But they didn't. And I think that's the only reason I'm still here to tell this story. The scariest part isn't what he did. It's how close we were to being the headline instead. Okay, next story. Easter Man Stalker, who's been obsessed with me since 15. This begins back when I was 15. I'm 18 now. Just for some background, I work in a 5-star Michelin restaurant as a waitress, in a sweet little area. We usually don't get anyone with bad intentions. Usually just snobs, lol. Wait, you were 15, working at a 5-star Michelin restaurant as a waitress? I don't know if I believe this story already. I don't know. Have any of y'all heard of a 15-year-old working as a waiter, waitress, server at a Michelin star restaurant? Okay, let's just continue. Easter Sunday of 2022 was one of the busiest days of the year. A man, who will be known as the Easter Man, came in looking for a table for one. He was in a 3-piece suit with a carton of chicken eggs. He was sat in my section, so I go over to get a drink and food order. Once I got his order, he kept me talking, asking about my education, what I was doing in school, what my plans for the future were, what my hobbies were, my name, etc., etc. Just a little too much to be polite. But I let it slide. I was busy, tired, and didn't want any trouble. Eventually, he left for the day. I thought that was that. Oh, I was wrong. For the next couple of months, he would come in 2 to 3 days every week. He got more confident, attempting to flirt with me, asked me to come out with him after work, etc. However, things got worse when one shift, I was walking him to his table, and he slid his hands down my back and over my butt. I turned around and somehow politely told him not to touch me, and do not push my boundaries as I was only 15, and he knew that. I didn't serve him that day. Wait, he groped you? And the restaurant didn't call the cops? Oh my god. That's sexual assault. That's literally sexual assault of a minor. A week later, he came in. I refused to serve him once again. My manager took over his table. Yet, when everyone was on break and it was only me on the floor, he came inside. He knew by that point it was table service only, and came up behind me, bringing his hands down on my arms. I was shaken up, but politely again told him not to touch me. And no one in the restaurant did anything about this? What the hell? I didn't hear from him again then until next Easter, 2023. Last Easter, things got worse. He showed up again, the usual shenanigans, yet my managers were prepped this year, not allowing me to go within the vicinity of him, keeping me safe. This was only useful inside of work. Okay, so they knew about the situation, the managers, and they still let this guy come in? Is this a thing in Michelin star restaurants? You let them grope and sexually assault minors? What the hell is going on? I walk through the town center to get to work. It's about a 25-minute walk from the train station. As I was walking to work one day, he saw me in his car and followed me into work. I immediately told my managers, who yet again told me to stay away from him. A week after that, I was having coffee before work, about a 15-minute walk away from my job. And what do you know? Guess who sees me and follows me on foot to work? I again tell my managers, who keep me away from him again. Yet that day was different. He asked my managers for me, saying he knew I was there because he'd seen me. Last year, 2024, I took a lot of holidays around Easter time and was off for a lot of exams. Supposedly, he came in a few times, asked for me, and didn't come in much when I wasn't anywhere to be seen. He hasn't come in since then. However, this Sunday is Easter Sunday. So for Easter 2025, Easter man, let's not meet. Okay, I need to see what the comments say because the story's too horrible to believe. So someone said, is it possible to get a restraining order against him? And someone said, yes, he assaulted her twice. Why the hell haven't her parents or a restaurant called the police already? Okay, here's someone's comment that I also thought. How were you waiting tables at 15, especially at a Michelin restaurant? Someone else said, plus I'm pretty sure the Michelin rating system only goes up to 3 stars. So people were questioning how they got a job at a Michelin star restaurant with little to no experience at 15. OP says, started as a little Saturday job and eventually just made my way up to decent money and hours over time. Apparently OP is in the UK and also studying law? Okay, I don't know the laws in the UK about working at 15 and all that stuff, but either way, the restaurant should not allow this man back inside. And she could absolutely press charges. If the story is true, that's crazy, and I feel so bad for OP. They should absolutely press charges, get a restraining order, whatever they need to do. Okay, next story. Someone entered my hotel room while I was in it. This is a completely true story and just happened an hour ago. Wanted to talk about it somewhere, and the only place I could think of it was, surprisingly, this subreddit. For context, my wife and I are on vacation in Mexico. We both honestly are loving it here, and the situation doesn't change that, but I am reevaluating security. My wife and I went out to dinner and walked back to our hotel. We get inside our room, are setting things down, etc. A few minutes goes by and there's a knock at the door. A man quietly says something in Spanish in an inflection that's trying to get our attention. Think room service or something. My wife looks at me like wondering who would be at the door. At this point, I should clarify that we had the Do Not Disturb tag on the door. A few seconds go by and there's another knock at the door. My wife signals for me to go to the door, and so I go over. At this point, we've made no sounds for probably a minute, before and during these knocks. Just as I reached the door, the key card unlocked the door and it opened. A dirty-looking man had just opened the door and is about 2 feet from my face. I put my hand on the door to prevent it opening any further. I think he was as surprised as I was. He starts speaking Spanish and I hear the word Wi-Fi somewhere in there. I say, no hablo español. In broken English, he tries to ask if the Wi-Fi is down. My wife says it's not. I'm just kind of shell-shocked by what just happened, and keep my hand on the door as he talks and eventually leaves. I shut the door and engage the physical lock this time. I usually do this, but we had just walked in and wanted to set stuff down. I talk with my wife as we try to gather our thoughts about what just happened. Essentially, a man knocked, got no reply, then let himself in, and asked about Wi-Fi? No. This was a clear burglary attempt, and he has a master key card and thought we weren't home. A minute or two later after this went down and we've collected ourselves and understood what just occurred, I pass the information to the front desk in case this guy attempts other doors. They seemed to take it seriously. No updates beyond that. The fact that this just happened has my mind kind of blown, and I don't know if I've fully processed it yet. Like, what if we were back 30 minutes later? Probably would have lost some stuff. 5 minutes later, we walk in on a guy in our hotel room. What if we went to bed earlier tonight? Could have been asleep. The AC is loud, and I don't know if I would have heard the door knocking through my sleep. If I was going to go down, surely the way If it was going to go down, surely the way it did was optimal. But those ifs are crazy. I'll definitely be storing our valuables in the safe now. Should have done this too, but we just recently got here. Lesson learned. And the future stuff is going immediately into the safe, and Locke is getting immediately engaged. This next story is titled, That's Where Your Body Will Be Within Half an Hour. I was raised in a fairly strict but loving Christian household in a Bible Belt section of the States. My parents weren't at all unreasonable in their rules and were well-intentioned, but I broke a few along the way like most teenagers do. The summer before I started college, I began a relationship with a slightly older guy. I knew him from high school, and he was attending the college I would soon be at. Johnny was a catch. He was exceptionally handsome, had been on the football team, and was on a full academic scholarship. Funny, talented, and very personable. There was little to not like about him. We bonded over our teetotalism and love of pranking. I had to Google that word. Apparently, teetotalism means you do not drink or consume alcohol at all. The best part? He had his own apartment at the college, which was a 4-hour drive from my parents' house. I could easily sneak up there under the guise of visiting one of my other friends or spending the night at a local girlfriend's house. My parents didn't even have to know I had a boyfriend. Now, I had just turned 18 and was enjoying my rebellious streak and newfound freedom. But I still happily lived under my parents' guidance and rules for a large part. They always encouraged me to be a free thinker and to ultimately figure out my own morals and values. And I ended up much like them, because they're honestly that awesome. My mom wisely encouraged me not to just sleep with anyone, and it was something I actually held to quite strongly. So while I had no qualms having sleepovers with my boyfriend, I was intent on not having sex with him. He took it pretty well and seemed to respect my decision. One week, smack dab in the middle of summer, I had 3 days off in a row at work. A drive up to see Johnny was in order, and I began my travel early in the morning. He was excited to see me, and we had a great day. Nerf gun wars, reading Stephen King, making out. We went out for dinner and returned for a night of shenanigans, or so I thought. Upon entering his apartment, Johnny produced a box of condoms. He had tried this before, so I wasn't fazed, and adamantly told him it wasn't happening. The events that unfolded following this seemingly unimportant interaction still haunt me today. Johnny's smile disappeared and his eyes went cold. Hauntingly cold. I was sitting at his dining room table with my back against the wall. He was standing at the other end of the small table. Quote, "You make me sick. I'm sick of you. You play me. All you do is play me." We were serial pranksters and sarcastic in every sense of the word. While his countenance made my skin crawl, I knew he was joking. I had known Johnny for years after all. Quote, "I've thought about this for a long time, and you're dead. I'm not doing this anymore. You make me sick. I hate you and you're dead." He was unnervingly calm, and his voice betrayed a slight hint of anger I'd never heard before. I noticed him clenching his fists, popped out veins tracing up his arms. For the first time in our entire relationship, I felt unsafe with him. He held my gaze unblinking. His second-floor apartment was on campus. It was summer. I had seen nobody else in the building. no other cars in the parking lot. Even if I could get past him, which I couldn't, my two options were unlocking the balcony door and jumping, or racing 15 feet down the hallway to the dead-bolted front door, which opened inwardly, and getting down a flight of stairs. Either scenario led to an empty parking lot. I would have had to get to my car or run into the woods nearby. While athletic, I had no chance against him physically. I focused on him. Half of me just knew he was kidding. He had to be. He would break into laughter at any second now, and we would return to our beautiful day. He continued talking. I can't repeat what he said. It was too graphic and specific to our location to write out in a public forum. He detailed the sexual assault he had in store for me. If I survived, I would be strangled in the nearby woods, then carted off and dumped at a secluded spot we had explored together. He motioned to some bags he had on his counter. Quote, "That's where your body will be within an hour." I had enough. His plan was too well thought out to be impromptu. I'm small, but I'm stubborn, and would fight to death if I had to. I also had a wicked straight face when I need to. It was my turn to hold his gaze with all the ferocity I could muster. I stood up and said the first thing that came to mind. I'm still proud of the unflinching calm I presented. Inside, I was begging God to not let me die. Quote, "You're real funny. I almost believed you for a second. Wouldn't have worked anyways because what I was going to tell you before all that happened is my dad asked me to come home tonight. He needs help first thing in the morning with the garden for Mom's birthday because Kyle, my brother, hurt his back. And I told him I'd call him as soon as I was on the road within half an hour." It was a lie and not a particularly good one, but the delivery was convincing. I dangled my phone in his face and told him he could explain to my dad why I wasn't coming home tonight if he wanted me to stay. Johnny's mouth was agape as he stared at me. "I was just kidding," he mumbled, fist still clenched. "See ya," I chirped, pushing past him. My gamble paid off. I grabbed my purse and shuffled down the hallway. I could feel his eyes burning through me, and the electric energy in the room as I internally screamed at myself to move slowly. The deadbolt disengaged. I walked out and fought every urge to run down the stairs. I was too far from the car if he chased me to beat him, and I refused to give him the satisfaction of seeing me scared. I walked the entire length of the car park. I've always had a habit of parking as far out as possible, next to the woods he told me he would murder me in. I knew he was watching me the entire time. I could feel his eyes follow me every movement. As I drove out past his apartment, I saw his shadow in the balcony window. I waved, he stared. I drove a few miles to the nearest Walmart. It was only 8 and the sun was just starting to set. People milled through the parking lot, blissfully unaware of what I had just gone through. I collapsed onto my steering wheel and broke down, bawling my eyes out. Then I drove the 4 hours back home. Stupidly, I didn't know how to process what happened, and banished it to the recesses of my mind. I spent the next few years avoiding Johnny. The few times I thought about it, I blamed myself for being so naive. I finally told my mom 4 years after the fact, and was able to process through it. So, possible murderer ex-boyfriend, who thankfully now lives about 10,000 miles away from me. Let's not meet again. That story was absolutely terrifying. Holy cow. Glad OP played it cool and made it out of that situation. I would not have been able to play that situation so cool, for sure. I would have freaked out. A fake student nurse steals my treatments at home. I want to clarify that my story is true. I lived it a few weeks ago, and there's a French version. Hello, I am a 20-year-old French girl. I'm sorry in advance if there are any mistakes. Hope you can understand me. To put you in the context, I'm 20 years old, I live in the suburbs in a small residence of 6 houses. My gate is very, very often broken, including today. That means 80% of the time it is wide open, so everyone can fit into the small courtyard. My house has 1 floor. There are 4 bedrooms, including mine, and downstairs there is a guest bedroom, which is used as a treatment room because I have big health concerns. This is where all the equipment, medicines are stored, like morphine in doses that could kill an average person. And this is where the care takes place. Also, I have a dog. I am very, very close to him. He is a little bit all my life. He feels everything to the point of feeling my epileptic seizures before they happen, to recognize the nurses who are arriving. He recognizes by the sound of their tires when they arrive in the yard. He never barks, except when there is a problem. And finally, a nurse spends 4 to 5 times a day to give me care at home, including infusions. This is important for the story. That morning, like every morning, my liberal nurse arrived at 8 a.m. For the rest of the story, I'll call her Sandra. She takes care of me as usual. That is to say, an infusion of a painkiller. She replaces the antibiotic diffusers. She makes me a blood test and remakes the cassette of my morphine pump. We usually chat about everything and nothing. She tells me stories with patients during the treatment. My nurses are an integral part of my life. They have looked after me for 6 years now. She leaves after 40 minutes and says to me, "See you later. I'm sure I'll be a little late, don't worry." That day, I have a medical appointment in the morning, and I'm all alone all day because my parents are working. Except the nurse's passages every 4 hours. Once back from my meeting, I sit on the sofa with my dog while waiting for my nurse. After a while, I hear the tire noises. I get up because I think it's the nurse, but my dog started to growl behind the door. I look at the time, 11:50 a.m. I tell myself that it is a bit early, but sometimes instead of going after, my nurse exchanges me with the patient from before. I hear a knock. Surprised, I go to open it. Usually the nurses come in like that. And I see a young woman standing whom I have never seen. She said to me, "Hello, are you my name?" "I'm Camille, a 3rd-year nursing student. Your nurse will be a little late, so she told me to come and start preparing and she will arrive." I'm not wary at all. I'm used to students coming. But I'm just a little surprised that Sandra didn't warn me, because usually she warns me in the morning or sends me a message. And then she never leaves a student alone when it's the first time we see each other. I tell myself she must have forgotten to tell me. I bring her in and show her the way to the treatment room. I take out the things for treatment while she washes her hands. My dog is weird. He growls at her as soon as she approaches me and he turns around me. I was embarrassed, so I left him in the living room and closed the door to be quiet. I don't really care what she does. I let her do it. I'm on my phone at the moment. She begins to put the IV on the infusion stand and takes a syringe. Normally, we rinse my central catheter with a syringe of Phi serum already made. You just have to open the packaging. And there I see it's not a pre-made syringe, but a syringe that she has prepared. I look up and see that the ampoules for my treatment are intact and have not been opened yet. Yet I did hear the sound of ampoules breaking. I'm starting to think it's weird. And there she starts to approach me to inject the syringe when I get a message from my nurse. "I'll be there in 5 minutes. You can start pulling out the material." OMG, my blood has only run for 1 spin. I got up and said, I'm going to the toilets. I ran and locked myself in the downstairs toilet. The whole time my dog was barking and growling. When I opened the door, he followed me straight up, so we were both in the toilet. So I sent a message to my nurse, "There is Camille, your student, don't worry," and then she replied, "Who?" I started crying in the toilet and was really, really scared. Camille came and said, "Is everything okay?" I think she could see I was staying a long time. I said, yes, it's going to happen." Then I heard my front door slam. 2 minutes later, I hear it reopened, but I hear my nurse. I came out of the toilet crying. She asked me what happened. I told her about it and showed the treatment room. So we called the police. They came, they examined, they took samples, and the syringe and the rest of what Camille had prepared. The test results were received a few days after receiving the products, in the syringe and the infusion. In the syringe was a paralyzer. She had put a dose that could have paralyzed a man of 120 kilograms. LOL, I'm 40 kilograms. And in the IV, it was a medicine to lower the heart rate, but it was so concentrated it could have stopped anyone's heart. Today, we still don't know who Camille is, and luckily I never heard from her again. In retrospect, I realized that my dog had sensed that this person didn't want me well, and I tell myself that I should have watched her because she was just a student, and that my treatments are not paracetamol, and I keep wondering what could have happened if I hadn't looked at my phone. I will give you news soon if I have it. Thanks for reading and have a good day. Next story. The time I was hunted. Back in 1998, I was a pretty broke 19-year-old guy and living with a roommate named Steve. Steve was about my age, maybe a year older. His dad had died a few years prior and had left Steve a trust fund, which covered all his bills and gave him a weekly allowance on top of it, until he reached a certain age, at which time he'd receive his full inheritance. Steve and I got along pretty well, but he was the kind of guy who liked to remind you if he had some degree of power over you. That aspect of his personality butted up against my own stubborn, prove the world wrong attitude on a particular night, leading to the events I'm about to describe. Steve and I went over to my friend Trevor's house on Siesta Key one night. Steve drove, as I didn't have a car. I don't remember why we went over there, and I don't even know that I really remember any other instance of the three of us hanging out. I just know that we went there later in the evening, maybe 9 or so. At some point, Steve and I got in a disagreement over something. I have no memory of what it was about, except that I seem to recall that it wasn't anything important that actually impacted our lives in any way. Something akin to disagreeing over a bit of movie trivia, or something as inconsequential as that. Steve must have felt that he was losing the debate, because he took the opportunity to remind me that he had the car, and I could always walk home. Now, there are a few things to note here. First, home would be a 13-mile walk. I could not have told you that at the time, but I just looked it up for this telling. Second, we were at my best friend's house. I had stayed over there countless times and absolutely could have stayed that night. Third, my best friend also had a car and would likely have given me a ride. So Steve's threat was completely empty, whether he realized it or not. But what was important to me at that moment was that Steve, the trust fund brat, wanted to exert control over me because his ego was bruised. And I was a stubborn hothead who would absolutely not stand for that shit. So I silently decided that I would walk home, just to fucking spite him, and show him that I wouldn't be intimidated. So a bit later, under the pretense of going to use the restroom, I left the room and quietly left the house and started the 13-mile walk home. I should note that while I knew this was a long walk, I didn't quite understand how long it was. But it didn't matter. I needed to prove my independence. It was probably 11 p.m. or so when I left the house. I anticipated that they'd come looking for me when they discovered that I had left, so I tried to stay off the main path as best as I could, determined to make the whole walk in order to make a point. This may be a good place to remind you that this is 1998, and a good 2 or 3 years before I got my first cell phone. The first hour and a half went by without incident. I made my way all the way to downtown Sarasota. The more direct route would have been to follow the main road along the waterfront, but I cut through downtown, still looking to avoid Steve spotting me on his way back home. This is an area I was super comfortable with. I'd spent most of my childhood in the area, and especially in my teen years, I'd explored every nook and cranny of the downtown area. It was also a pretty affluent area, full of high-rise condos that look out over the Gulf of Mexico, and known for theater, opera, and art galleries. As such, even past midnight, it didn't feel menacing at all, just quiet and empty. The path I'd chosen through downtown went along Pineapple Ave, which was mostly art galleries and upscale shops. As I walked along, I saw a red hatchback sitting in the middle of the road, just a little way past an intersection up ahead of me. I noticed it had no license plate, but didn't think too much of it. I figured it was a tag applied for kind of situation. As I got nearer, the car remained stopped. The interior light was on, and I could see there were 3 or 4 guys in there. The interior light being on made me assume they were looking at a map or something, though I couldn't make out the inside of the car well enough to see anything more than the general shapes of the people. As I crossed the small intersection, maybe 30 or 40 feet away from the car now, I suddenly got a really uneasy feeling. I don't know if the car was still just for too long, or the figures inside too still, or what. I just suddenly got to feeling very ill at ease. So, instead of continuing on, I casually turned down the left side street, and as soon as the corner of the building blocked me from their view, I bolted. This was a spot where a small access road ran behind these buildings, and then connected to an alley, and then another very thin alley that ran alongside a church and ended back on Pineapple Ave, right where the red car was. I ran this sequence of alleys and popped out just in time to see the rear end of the car vanish down the side street I had run down. At this point, I wasn't scared at all. I had the idea that the guys in that car had something unpleasant in mind for me, but I knew damn well that I had given them the shake. There's no way in hell that they'd expect me to be back where they started. If they were looking for me, it was going to be elsewhere. So I continued along, feeling smug. After 10 or 15 minutes, I pretty much had to get out on the main road, because the alternative was walking through a seedy neighborhood that I wasn't nearly as confident about as I was downtown. As I approached the first big intersection along that main road, I saw the red car again up ahead, noticeable by the lack of license plate. I kinda grinned to myself about having foiled them. On this big road, there were some other cars here and there, even at this late hour. So I felt less isolated and more at ease, until I saw the car slow to a crawl, despite not being anywhere near the light yet. Suddenly, I found myself wondering if they might have spotted me again, so I decided to just cross to the other side of the street. It's a US highway, so it's several lanes wide, with a median down the center. Being on the other side would put me a fair distance from them. But when I got to the other side, that's when I realized I was in actual danger. This red hatchback suddenly sped up, racing to the intersection ahead and zipped over into the left lane, where it banged a tire-screeching U-turn to head back in my direction. Where I had crossed was a nice green space between the History Center and the Garden Club, where a gigantic tree stood. I think it was a banyan, but I could be mistaken. On the other side of that green space was a parking lot, some buildings, and the bay. I wasn't familiar enough with what was back there to be able to pull a trick like I had before, so I climbed. I got as high into that tree as I could, as fast as I could. I always dressed in all black back then, so I was pretty confident I'd be nearly impossible to spot, as long as they didn't actually climb up after me. So I got up and nestled into the most hidden spot I could and tried not to make any noise at all. Holding up in the tree, I was so surrounded by foliage that I couldn't see what was going on. On the plus side, that meant that they were really unlikely to see me. On the other hand, I didn't know what to prepare myself for. So I sat up there running through scenarios in my head, trying to plan my next move. Even if I hadn't been outnumbered, flight was really my only option. As speedy and scrappy as I was, at 5'3", no fight I put up was likely to do much good. As I sat on that branch trying to plan my next move, my blood ran cold. Any remaining doubt about what was happening, any fleeting hope that I was just being paranoid, flew out the window as I heard car doors open and close, heard footsteps in the grass, and eventually an angry male voice say, "Where is this motherfucker?" Followed by, "Look over there, I'll check this area." It was official. I was being hunted. I don't know how long I stayed up that tree. It can't have been more than 10 minutes, and more likely, it was quite a bit less than that. But it felt like forever. At some point, I decided to risk another flight, though I can't remember what triggered it. Car doors, the car driving away, I just can't remember. I do remember jumping from the tree and landing with a hard thud and bolting back the way I had come as fast as I could, terrified that whatever sound made me feel like it was safe to come out of hiding had been a ploy to draw me out. At the intersection where they had made the U-turn was a 24-hour gas station, of course, across both roads. All I could think was that if I could make it inside, I would be safe, and I could call the police. That run is a total blur. But I remember going through a door. I remember the look on the clerk's face as she saw my panicked expression. I called the police and explained what happened, and I waited inside for them to arrive. When they got there, I went out front to meet them, and explained everything to the only officer who actually spoke to me. He was not sympathetic. I had described the car in detail as well as all the events, and he said that they probably thought I was a male prostitute and were trying to pick me up. I thought to ask him if prostitutes get a lot of business by fleeing from prospective Johns and hiding in trees, but I was distracted by the sight of the red hatchback slowly cruising by, watching me talk to the police. I pointed to the car and exclaimed that that was the car. The police seemed entirely uninterested. He glanced at the car for a half second and looked back at me and said, "What do you want me to do about it?" "I don't want to walk anymore," I exclaimed. I'm sure there were better ways I could have articulated that there were people attempting to capture me for unknown nefarious purposes, and that I was in fear of my life should they encounter me on the street again. But "I don't want to walk anymore" was all I was capable of in that moment. The cop pointed to the side of the police car and said, "You see what it says there? It says police, not taxi." His condescending attitude was doing a great job to replace my fear with some of the brash attitude that had gotten me into this situation in the first place. So I replied, "It also says to serve and protect, and I am asking you to protect me because I think I am in danger." He gave me a sigh like a teenager asked to do the dishes, and told me that he can't take me all the way, because I lived in the next town, and county over, but that he'd take me to the county line, which is another major intersection along that same main highway. That was still a good 5.5 miles from my house. Again, a number I just looked up for this telling. But got me off the road for almost 3 miles, and made it less likely these people would find me again. The cops dropped me off in front of the museum, and I walked another 2 hours or so, looking over my shoulder constantly, ready to run down side streets or jump into bushes if need be. My girlfriend's house was slightly closer than my own, and with the sun now rising, I knew she'd be okay with me stopping in. In the end, I made it safely, and never saw that red car again. Almost 30 years later, I still sometimes wonder what might have become of me if they had gotten their hands on me. The determination they showed in pursuing me leads me to believe that nothing I can imagine, no matter how bad, is outside the realm of possibility. So, hunting party in the red hatchback. Let's not meet. Alright, this next story is titled, "I was seeing a fake psychologist for years." For some context, I had a really shitty childhood. It was terrible, where I don't remember anything from birth all the way to 13 years of age. Everything I know about what happened through those years was from a mixture of sparse memories, things my family have told me about myself, and police reports. One of those things I do remember, however, is this lady I called Auntie. No first name, no last name. nothing else contributing to her identity. She was just Auntie. I started seeing her when I was 7 years old, sitting in her living room as she typed everything I said down on her laptop. I had no problem with her. I saw her once every month and she seemed gentle enough that I really thought she was someone I could trust. So I did. 7 years later, 14 years old, I admitted to her that I had tried to kill myself numerous times. It was a mixture of multiple different factors. My mother's increasing toxicity, the lack of social interaction at the time, and more importantly, I never moved on from the horrors in my childhood. Now, I was 14 years old at the time, and I was able to wonder why these meetings with Auntie never actually seemed to help me, especially to do with the fact that I begged her to tell me why I constantly wanted to die. I remember on the way to Auntie's house, I asked my mother if I would ever get the chance to see a different person, maybe get a different sort of help that Auntie clearly couldn't give. I was just hissed at to be quiet. Around that time, the relationship between me and my mother began to crack. My mother became a source of grief to me, and I cried about it during multiple sessions with my auntie. Auntie, at the end of these sessions, would try to defend my mother, or make me seem like I'm blowing things out of proportion. I tried to come up with my own reasons at the time on why she was not trying to understand things wholly, and I chalked it up to her being empathetic. Maybe being able to explain why my mother was terrible was supposed to help me embrace it in some weird way. And then more things like that seemed to happen. I admit that when I was 16 years old, I was a terrible kid. I went to parties, drank whatever was served, and definitely did not tell anyone what I was doing. But then Auntie started to ask very specific questions, especially to the topics mentioned above. I was in shock. Again, I gave her the benefit of the doubt and thought that her sudden pinpointing of these must be from the fact that at this point, she'd known me for almost a decade. All the way into a year, she started to bring up the parties I've gone to in these sessions, without even bothering to hide behind the questions. The relationship between me and my mother had almost been completely severed, and the worst part of all, something that still affects me till this day, at the end of each session, Auntie had started to invite my mother into the room and tell her every single thing I said. It was terrible, hearing my own words against my mother, explaining the increasing abuse that she had begun to put me through, said straight to her face as she sat right next to me. My grades in school began to drop. My mother forbade me from going out, and I was completely isolated. So I tried to kill myself on my 17th birthday. I ran into my mother's room looking for something that I could overdose with, or just something that could push me to the edge. I remember rummaging through everything until I went into her walk-in closet. I had barely gone into her room. In fact, I completely forgot about the fact that she had even had one of these. In my crazed state, I just remember running into her closet and looking through every crevice. I stumbled upon a suitcase leaning against the wall under the hung-up clothes. If I close my eyes, I can still imagine it. It didn't look old, so that was probably what made me decide to open it up. When I did, all I saw was a shit ton of papers. The surprise of seeing so much snapped me out of the state I was in. I recall sitting cross-legged on the floor and wondering what the fuck these papers were. After a while of reading, I realized that these were transcripts of Auntie and I's sessions, literally dating all the way back to some of the first sessions that I did. I remember feeling sick, feeling so sick. I at least had enough sense to steal a few of the earlier papers to make it less noticeable. Reading through those transcripts just filled me up with more and more bitter questions. I decided that night that I would kill myself after what I figured out what was going on. I was on a time crunch, feeling stressed because I really only had a year left to figure out what the hell was going on, before I was faced with the looming threat of being kicked out as soon as I turned 18. I started to pay way more attention in our sessions, looking around her house whenever I got the chance, looking for some indicators that could tell me who this psychologist really was. I started asking my mother more and more questions about Auntie, and she kept deflecting, repeating the same fact. She was a psychologist. That's until I did something that literally almost ruined the rest of my life. I decided to steal my mother's phone. It seems like a small thing now, but then it was really life or death. My mother was in the shower, and I had already packed all the stuff I needed to be out for a few hours, maybe even for a few nights somewhere. As soon as I heard the door lock, I swiped my mother's phone and bolted out the house. I didn't even look down at the damn thing until I was on the bus. I remember looking through my mother's messages first, and I knew I found Auntie when I stumbled across an unfamiliar name. Even better when the messages clearly showed when my mother booked appointments. I scrolled up for a while, enough for the bus to get me to a safe place. But even as I walked off the bus, and years of texts were read, nothing incriminating had shown itself. I then looked through my mother's call logs, and I saw the fact that they call extremely often. I wasn't an idiot. Whatever was really going on was happening on calls instead of messages, which was smart. I'll give credit where credit is due, but it still didn't get me anything. I found a place to sit on the side of the road, and I continued my search. I looked through my mother's social media, and when I tried searching up Auntie's name, nothing came up. I genuinely felt all hope leave my body then. And sometimes now I swear I can still feel the same sick feeling as I felt then. I almost gave up. Almost. Every day I thank myself for mindlessly swiping through my mother's followers, because I found her. Her account name didn't have her real name, some weird fake one, but when I clicked on her profile, it was most definitely her. She posted photos with some of my mother's friends, and I scrolled for a while down her page until I saw a photo that she posted of herself and my mother, years ago. They have literally been friends even before I was born. I felt sick, betrayed, and a bit relieved that I now knew what the hell was going on. Why my mother had transcripts, why Auntie didn't think twice before telling my mother every single thing I said, why she defended her. I didn't even bother to find a place to stay that night. I just went back home. I got beat black and blue for doing something that didn't deserve any forgiveness, quote unquote. It didn't hurt at all compared to what I found out earlier that day. All I asked my mother that night is, who is Auntie really? And she couldn't even answer that. A few years later, I was in my first year of university. I had the lucky chance to move out of my mother's house as soon as I got the chance to, with an old friend taking pity on me and allowing me to stay with him since we applied to the same university. He's one of my best friends now, LMAO. What finally gave me closure in some bittersweet way, clearing out my Instagram. I deleted people that I didn't care about or didn't know. My heart dropped when I saw a familiar username in my followers. I didn't think about it at all when I searched up the username in the search bar, and then I came up with Auntie's Facebook account. This psycho had been following me for God knows how long on my Instagram, and suddenly everything that didn't click finally made sense. The sudden, precise questions, why my mother suddenly decided to isolate me from my friends. It didn't even say psychologist or anything of the sort in her fucking bio. Tell me why it said chemistry teacher with over 20 years. FML. I admit that I cried like a baby that night, because it had taken years for me to finally understand why two of my main female models seemed to despise me. Still, to this day, I mourn the fact that most of my early adulthood years are being used to heal from everything in my childhood, instead of going out with newly made friends and giving my all to university. It sucks. Everyone who hears my life story agrees on the fact that there's something wrong with them. I just wish I knew that sooner. 2 days ago, I had my first session with a real psychologist. Trust me, I did my research. I felt almost ashamed when I blurted out the reason why I'm sitting in this guy's chair. But he just smiled and told me we had a lot of work to do. Yeah, we do. LOL. I decided to post about my experience just in the slight chance anyone had a similar experience, with therapy becoming fucked up, or they feel like they've been living in a hole their entire life. I promise you guys, it's better, with a little luck and surrounding yourself with the right people at least. Anyway, Auntie, Let's Not Meet Again. Wow, that story was crazy, and I'm so glad OP got the help that they deserved and that they needed. There's no way in hell it's legal to pose as a psychologist for years and treat someone else's child. That has to be illegal in some way. Alright, this next story is titled Strange Man in Rural Ireland. Saw someone else post a story about Ireland, so it felt right to post about something that happened to my friend and I. For context, my best friend and I are both from London, but her family on her dad's side is from Ireland, so she goes there every summer for the entire summer. Okay, lucky. Last summer, I went to go and stay with her for 2 weeks at her granddad's house. Her granddad lives in rural Ireland, like rural. The town is at least a 40-minute drive away, and his house is the only building within the area. It backs into a massive forest and faces onto a lake. It's really quite beautiful, but that's beyond the point. My best friend's granddad, brother, aunt, and dad were going to the pub one evening. They invited us, which was, of course, a tempting offer, but we declined as we were excited at the prospect of having the house to ourselves, something that didn't happen a lot given we were teenagers. So we decided to have a chill evening in and basically play house. Of course, if you've been to Ireland, you know that a quick pint is anything but quick. And her family had been gone for some time by this point, about a few hours, when it was approaching 10 p.m. We were watching a movie in her living room when we heard a knock on the door. We reckoned maybe it was her family who had forgotten their key, so we went to answer. Her granddad's front door led into the conservatory, which then led to an actual front door of the house. So we made it to the conservatory door, expecting her family, but instead there was a man at the door. Slightly confused, we kind of just looked at him, waiting for him to say something, during which I had time to take in his appearance. There was something off about him, to say the least. He looked insane, bizarrely alert, and yet slightly scary. I can't quite explain it, but if you know, you know. He said his car had broken down and he needed to use the cell phone to call someone to pick him up. I looked out but couldn't see a car at all, and said something to the effect of, "Where's your car?" He responded by explaining that he had broken down about 30 minutes down the road, and had walked until he found a house. Given that, as I explained prior, my friend's granddad lived in a fairly remote area, and this was plausible. With slight hesitation, my friend passed him her phone, and said he could call who he needed to call and wait on the doorstep. He didn't accept the offer, however. Instead, he just kind of ignored it and started asking if there was any adults/parents in the house. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt and assume he was asking this as maybe he felt more comfortable sharing his predicament with adults, rather than 2 teenage girls. We didn't know if we should tell him we were alone or not, because we would usually know better than that. But given the situation, we explained that they were out, but may be back soon. He started to look past us and into the house, and then began insisting we let him in the house, as he wanted to use the landline. At this point, we were more than suspicious, because if he wanted to call someone, why not just use my friend's phone? He was erratic, continuously insisting we let him in. At that point, my friend said he either use her mobile or leave. But beyond that, there was nothing more we could do for him. He again insisted he come into the house, so we just shut the door on him, locked it, and then locked the door to the actual house. Freaked out, we sat in her living room trying to peep out the window and see if he'd gone. He lingered for a bit looking into the windows, maybe looking for a way in, but then we saw him leave, though we couldn't make out what direction he went in. We were scared as fuck. To add fuel to the fire, my friend explained that the nearby town was pretty small, and everyone in the area pretty much knew each other. She had never seen him in her life, which scared her, as she was acquainted with most of the town by now. We contemplated calling her dad, but since it had been about 30 minutes with no disruption, we just left it, and continued with our night. Later on, her dog was getting restless, and her family was still out, so we let her into the back garden. After about 5 minutes, we heard her barking, but it was too dark to see what she was barking at. so we put it down to it more than likely being a goat, because that was usually the case. We called her in and went about our night. We realized her family probably wouldn't be back until the early hours, and instead of waiting for them, we decided to head up to bed. I went into the kitchen, which is at the back of the house, to get us some water, when I heard something shaking the handle of the back door, trying to get in. The thing is, it's a really old house, so I didn't exactly put all my faith in the door holding up against the weight of what I suspected to be a grown man. I screamed bloody murder and my friend ran down the stairs. At this point, he was banging on the door like his life depended on it. And I swear to God, I felt my heart fell out my arsehole. I love that British people say arsehole. My friend shouted back that she was going to call the police, which was a lie as she had taken our phones upstairs, but she thought it may deter him. Luckily, this seemed to scare him off. He stopped banging. We heard his footsteps move further and further away until we couldn't hear them anymore. We were literally frozen in fear and couldn't even speak to each other. Then we heard the front door open and pretty much thought that was it for us. On instinct, my friend grabbed a knife and we hid in the pantry. You can only imagine our relief when we heard her dad call out for us saying they were back. We were absolutely dazed, and I'm sure they could tell, so we frantically asked them, "Did you see a car on your way here? A broken down car?" They responded they didn't, and I swear to God I could have shit myself then and there. So, to the strange man who tried to break into my best friend's granddad's house, let's never ever fucking meet. This next story is titled, "She Was Holding a Fake Baby." Hello, I'm a full-time horror story narrator on YouTube, and after reading thousands of the stories on here, I thought I'd share my own experience. This happened 2 years ago. Typical normal day in my suburban neighborhood. My wife asked me to run to the grocery store for something. It was around 2 or 3 p.m. When she asked me, I was sitting in the dining room, which was right next to my garage. So instead of walking to the front door and then all the way around to the front of the house to my car in the driveway, I just went out the door next to me that led into the garage. I hit the button to open the garage door, and it started to rise. I walked over to the door and ducked to walk out before it was finished rising. I stopped dead in my tracks when there were 2 people standing right in front of me in my driveway. A very overweight man and a very overweight woman. This caught me totally off guard, and I probably muttered some type of hello, and then asked if I could help them with something. Before I had time to focus on their response, I noticed the woman wasn't looking at me like the man was. She was holding a fake baby in her arms, cradling it and telling it to shh. This left me flabbergasted, but I immediately assumed they, or at least she, might be mentally disabled. Okay, I know these fake, realistic babies are a thing that exists, and I know not everyone that buys one is mentally disabled. I'm sure that could be used as some sort of therapy for something. And I know there are women that purchase these fake baby dolls after they've lost a child. And I also think I've heard of people with dementia being given these fake baby dolls to give some support as well. But on another note, they do freak me out because they look super realistic. I looked over to the man, and without missing a beat, he asked me if I could give them a ride to the store. I made up an excuse why I couldn't take them, even though that's where I was going, and the man's face turned red. The woman never looked up at me, and I walked around them and got in my car. I locked it, hit the garage door opener on my visor, and then called my wife. Meanwhile, the man is glaring at me through my windshield. I told my wife what was going on to make sure all the doors and windows were locked, just in case. Before backing out of my driveway, I waited for the 2 people to start walking away, and eventually they did. I asked my wife if she wanted me to stay, but she wasn't worried, and told me it was fine, that she'd still like me to go and get what she needed. The grocery store was only a couple miles away from the house, and I grabbed the item, paid, and left as quickly as possible. Still kind of worried about the strange encounter I had. As I was driving back home, I saw the 2 people walking down the sidewalk towards me. The woman was still looking down, and the man saw me again, got very obviously upset, and then walked out into the middle of the road in front of me. He was saying something, but I drove around him and continued home. My wife called the local non-emergency number, and they told us they'd send an available officer to the area to drive around and take a look. I never saw them again. I have no idea if they were going house to house asking for a ride or what. A part of me feels bad, thinking they both might have been mentally disabled and just wanted a ride to the store, but the whole encounter was just too bizarre. The man didn't seem disabled, so honestly I have no idea. If they hadn't surprised and spooked me the way they did, I may have given their request more consideration. So, people that asked for a ride that day, let's not meet in my driveway abruptly. Just knock on my front door next time. PSA though, never give a ride to a stranger. Unless you are actively working as a taxi driver, Uber, Lyft driver, please do not give rides to strangers because you never know what's going through someone's mind, no matter how innocent they look. Because there are so many horror stories of that exact situation going wrong. Next story is titled, Mail from Hell. This is a story from my childhood, one of the ones that haunts me to this day. Have you ever seen those memes where it says people react like a criminal when an unexpected visitor arrives on their doorstep? They freeze and drop everything they're doing and throw themselves to the floor to avoid being seen in a window? This is my story of how I became one of those people. At the time, I must have been around maybe 7.5. I was visiting the Midwest, Kansas to be exact, from South Korea, where I was born and raised. Just visiting family, nothing major. On that particular night, the adults, our aunt and uncle / our parents, were going to have a date night. So our parents had ordered us pizza before they left, and waited for it to arrive, so we wouldn't have to open the door for anyone. My aunt and uncle had 2 kids, 2 boys to be exact, and they were ages 15 and 8. Like I said before, I was maybe 7.5 at the time. My older sister was 11, and our baby brother was the younger, tender age of 3. So all in all, we're ready to just have a night of fun games. After all, it wasn't often the cousins got to get together like this. They lived in the States, and we lived in Korea. But we love each other dearly. We saw our parents out at the garage entryway. They made sure we knew the rules and we could recite them back to them. They also made sure we knew where the telephones were and the emergency numbers to accompany them. It's just going to be a typical night of no parents. Or so we thought. It had maybe been an hour, maybe 2 after our parents had left. We were downstairs in the basement in the playroom, or the game room, whatever people like to call it these days. We were down there just watching movies, playing air hockey, things of that nature, just being kids. We weren't being loud or anything like that, and even if we were, it wouldn't be too big of a deal, because the way houses were in Kansas, the basements are built into the ground in case of a tornado. I had gone upstairs with my oldest cousin because I wanted a drink of chocolate milk, and I couldn't reach the cups alone. So we wandered upstairs into the kitchen, which was on the far end of the house. The others stayed downstairs continuing their games. We had maybe been upstairs for 15 to 20 minutes because while I was drinking my milk, my older cousin was making snacks, since we were planning to watch a movie. Then, all of a sudden, we hear the doorbell ring. I remember my cousin looked at me and told me to stay here, because it was odd that the doorbell was ringing. It wasn't late, but it certainly wasn't early. And I say this because it was summer, and it was around 8 o'clock. My cousin started to creep towards the door quietly. It was unnerving for someone to be ringing the doorbell. We weren't expecting any guests, and the pizza had been delivered before our parents had even left for the evening. And before he's even halfway to the door, whoever's on the other side starts rapidly ringing the doorbell over and over. The constant ringing echoing throughout the house. And by this point, I had looked over toward the staircase, and I saw our other siblings starting to creep up the stairs, with the exclusion of the baby, who was still asleep in the crib down in the guest room. The oldest of the kids, let's just go ahead and call him James from here on out, put his finger to his lips and told us to be quiet to make it seem like no one was home, despite there being lights on. He crept closer to the door as the banging and ringing on the doorbell continues, and he peeked through the peephole. I had never seen my cousin look so freaked out. His face drained of color, and he backed away from the door rapidly, and he told us all to go downstairs, but of course we didn't listen. Honestly, we thought he was playing a joke. Maybe it was some of his friends wanting to scare us. since he did cancel his plans that night to stay home and watch all of us kids. My older sister shoved past him and looked through the peephole herself. And for whatever reason, whatever was on the other side of the door made her have the same exact reaction, and she stumbled back from the door just as pale. At the time, I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't think any of us younger kids really did, but something wasn't right. After a while, 20 minutes, whoever was at the door stopped ringing the doorbell, and all was quiet again. It seemed like they gave up. Maybe they thought no one was home. If only we knew how wrong we really were. We all sat in silence for a while after this initially occurred. My other cousin, who I'm just going to call Kyle for the purpose of this story, mustered up the courage to ask his brother James, who was at the door, and why James and my sister were acting so skittish. James told us that there was a man wearing dark clothes and seems to be carrying some type of package or large box, but he couldn't see his face. Of course, Kyle, being the little smarty pants he was at the time, started to mock James, saying he was just being a scaredy cat, and didn't recognize their neighbors. Kyle was convinced it was just a neighbor trying to drop off a package that might have got mixed up in the mail, seeing it happened all the time. So we all agree that was the probable cause, until we realized whoever was ringing the doorbell didn't just leave the package on the porch, which isn't that what most neighbors do? In the case no one answers, they'll just leave it. And why would they try to bring it over to the house at night instead of just waiting until the next day? But we thought it was over and done with, so we pushed it to the back of our minds. We didn't think it was important to call our parents and let them know what happened. It was over after all. We went back to the kitchen, grabbed the snacks, and started to head back downstairs, until we heard banging again, but it wasn't from the front porch this time. We were in shock. We froze in fear. I mean, it was coming from right behind us. We turned slowly and looked back in the direction from which we came from. We were currently standing in the dining room we had already passed through the kitchen. It was like someone was banging on the kitchen window. You know, the one that's typically above the sink, so your mother or your father can watch the kids while they play in the backyard and while they wash the dishes. So James and my older sister, who we are just going to call Nicole at this point, got down on their hands and knees, and they crawled back into the kitchen, much against our charging. Just as quickly as they crawled into the kitchen to take a peek, they crawled back to us as almost in hyperspeed, and they told us to get low and stay low as we crawled into the den further down the hallway. James had us all huddled close to the fireplace, out of sight from the windows, and he told us to stay there. He was taking charge. He was protecting his home and family the best he knew how. James quickly crawled away. I didn't know where he was going, but I was scared. The banging was getting louder, and it was getting closer and closer. At some point, I started to cry, and I remember Kyle put his hand over my mouth, and my sister was hugging us tight. And around that time, we saw James starting to appear back around the corner, and he had his baseball bat. He had crawled up another staircase to get to his room. He crawled past us and put a finger to his lips again, and that's when we realized he was crawling towards the doggy door. He was attempting to close off the one entrance to the house that wasn't locked. Thankfully, he managed to get it latched in time, because we don't think the man outside had realized that this house had a doggy door. But when he heard the lock click into place, the banging became more erratic, more violent. Then, all of a sudden, much like before the banging stopped, we heard someone pacing, walking back and forth across the porch, slowly, deliberately. Thump, thump, thump. His heavy boots thundered across the red oak porch. And then, without warning, the pacing stopped, and it became quiet, eerily quiet. Then the man called out, "Won't you open the door? I have a package for you." We didn't respond. We stayed quiet, or as quiet as we could, with all of our hearts pounding, and with how ragged our breathing was. The stranger called out again, "Open the door." And again, we didn't answer. The man called out angrily, "I said, open the door. I have a package." Like before, we didn't answer, nor did we make any sudden movements. The man started banging again, this time directly on the panel window of room we were sitting in, yelling, "I know you're in there. I know you can hear me. Open the door or I'll open it for you." Bang, bang, bang. The window rattled and shook violently with each impact from the strange man. Thankfully, our cousin's house had reinforced windows, so they weren't easy to break, but unluckily we didn't have any neighbors close by, so we didn't think anyone could hear the commotion. But while he was making all this noise, we took the opportunity to book it into another room and get to a phone. At one point, while we were on the phone with the police officers, they asked us if we could describe the man, and all we know is that he was tall and wearing black. So Kyle and I decided to be brave, so if something did happen to us that night, they would at least have a better description of who did it. We crawled back into the den and we dared to look out of a small corner of the window. We gently moved the curtains out of the way, and Lord behold, the man was still banging. He had moved the shutters off outside of the window. They're basically hanging off their hinges at this point, rattling with the wind. We made eye contact with the deranged man. Direct, soul-searching eye contact. I don't think before this night I had ever believed, but there's pure evil in the world. But when I looked into that man's eyes, I didn't see a soul. I know it sounds crazy, but those were not the eyes of a human. He was something unlike anything I'd ever seen before. Animalistic may be the only word I could describe it as besides demonic. It was evil, unnatural, and something I never want to see again. When he saw us, he smiled a twisted grin that I'm sure he thought was reassuring. And he crouched down so he could get a better look at us, I assume. And then he said, "Don't you want your mail?" "You have mail. I can give it to you if only you open the door." I remember just grabbing on to Kyle's hand for dear life, and Kyle shook his head no, and he threw the curtain back over the window. And before we even had a chance to move any further, the man started violently banging on the window again. At this point, James had enough. He passed the phone to my sister and he yelled, "Leave us alone. The police are on their way. You're not getting in here." After that, it seemed like the man panicked. The banging abruptly stopped, and then we heard rapid footsteps on the porch. And Kyle and I peeked out the window again, and the man was running through the yard, past all the trees, and he jumped the fence, the wooden 22-foot fence at the end of the yard, into the alley that separated the neighborhood from the old cemetery. We stayed on the phone with police until they arrived, and our parents arrived not long after. But the man was never caught. And we don't know what happened after that night. He just disappeared into thin air. To this day, I'm now 21. Whenever the doorbell rings when I'm not expecting a visitor, my heart drops, and I break out in a cold sweat. Mystery package man, let's not meet again. I hope you all have a good day, evening, or night. Goodbye.